They got mid zero comme ça.
Let me hear you say we. There's power in we. And in 10 weeks, this election day will show them what a bad mistake that was. This is what I know. We may have been knocked down, but we have not been knocked out.
So we are going. They want the people to see what is going on.
Comes in the morning. Are y'all with me?
Yeah.
He's coming. Joy is coming. Change is coming. Keep on praying. Keep on fighting. Keep on marching. Keep on going. Let's get it done. Thank you. And I love you.
So they just
American Federation of
okay.
State,
So they
County, and
just
Municipal
black the poll.
AFL-CIO.
Fine.
Good morning.
Good.
My name is Patrick Moran, and I'm honored to stand here on behalf of 1.4 million AFSCME members across America.
All right.
Healthcare workers and childcare providers, mental health professionals, sanitation workers, school bus drivers, custodians, library workers, and bridge inspectors, public service workers whose
We're
courage
bringing live to you.
are carrying forward a movement living you can't live on. The haves scapegoating the have-nots. But that's not all. We're here to be strong, fighting back against greedy corporations, greedy gain, against anti-worker politicians trying to cheat their way to victory, against a system that lets children go hungry while their parents work double shifts. In Dr. King's final speech in Memphis, he spoke of the Good Samaritan, who looked at the world and asked, not, what will happen to me if I help my neighbor, but what will happen to him if I do not? This is the beauty of this moment. It's a call to look out for one another and advance the common good. It's why I'm so proud to stand with you today and continue the fight forward. We'll march against the authoritarians. We'll light a fire under our elected representatives. We'll talk to our neighbors about who's going to lower grocery prices, who's going to demand our freedoms, who's going to protect our voice and our vote. Together, we will prove that this still is a nation of dreams. That we've got the power and we're going to use it. Thank you.
Let us now welcome Lee Saunders, former international president, American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, AFL-CIO.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You know, I have spent 50 years of my life in the labor movement. For 14 years, I had the honor of being president of AFSCME, the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees. You just heard from the new president. He told you that we represent 1.4 million members across the country, public service workers, who work like hell every single day to provide essential services to the American public. Last week, I stepped down as president. I retired from my job. And I want to be real clear. I did not retire from my duties as a citizen. I did not retire from the belief in civic engagement. I did not retire from this fight, and I never, ever will. I'm here today. I'm here today because I am feeling the fierce urgency of now. As Dr. King put it when he spoke here 63 years ago today. Extremist radicals in the White House and in Congress, the privileged and powerful, the wealthy and well-connected, they don't want to take us back to 1963. They want to take us back to 1863. They're gutting voting rights. They're disenfranchising people of color. They are shaking the foundations of our democracy. The President of the United States himself peddles insane conspiracy theories We're not going to let them do that, are we? I didn't hear you. We're not going to let them do that, are we? No. How the stakes are so high in the future of our democracy, liberals hangs in the balance. We have fought too hard and led too much to turn back now. Like the king sacrificed too much. John Lewis sacrificed too much. A. Philip Randolph and Mayor Rustin sacrificed too much. Generations of fearless warriors for justice have sacrificed too much. So we've got to keep raising our voices. We've got to keep raising hell. Keep educating, organizing, mobilizing. Keep marching for racial justice, economic justice, and social justice. Keep marching. Civil rights, labor rights, human rights, and voting rights. If we keep marching, we will win. Thank you very much.
Sorry.
A. Philip Randolph Institute. Let us now welcome Cleola Brown, President, A. Philip Randolph Institute. Hello out there. Hello, marching family. Come on, we need to hear you up here too. All right, bring it up. Let's first of all say thank you to Reverend Sharpton, and thank you to National Action Network, and thank you to every organizer that's standing out there on this day of urgency. You all look good when they start lying about the numbers. Look at them and tell them you lied. Now, I'm honored to stand here today on the very ground where 63 years ago our forefathers and foremothers and sisters and brothers in the fight for civil rights and racial justice heard from Dr. King, Roy Wilkins, John Lewis, Walter Reuther, and so many amazing leaders at the pen and strategizing that was done by Randolph and Rustin. We heard from A. Philip Randolph, who called our sisters and brothers gathered there the advance guard of a massive moral revolution for jobs and freedom. That's 63 years ago, and the message is still the same. You feel me? A revolution that demanded affordable housing, integrated education, and real voting rights. A revolution that demanded full employment for America's workers at a living wage, and the dignity, and an end to discrimination. At the end of the speaking program, these demands were recited, backed by Byron Rustin, the chief architect of the march, and 250,000 of our brothers and sisters made personal commitments in the struggle for jobs and freedom, pledging to achieve social justice through economic justice and to not let up until the demands have been realized. Back then, I was 15 years old, and I sneaked down from Philadelphia, y'all, because I knew I couldn't get the permission to come. When I sneaked down and got down here, I didn't have no pass to get on the mall, but my mama taught me if you follow a greasy bag, you know you're going to eat. Sister got chicken, and she probably got some cake in there, too. I walked with the people as if I had something, but I couldn't get in the platform. So those trees that are behind you, for those of you who are sitting and looking this way, the trees on the right became the perch for children who were teenagers like myself. We climbed up in the trees to look to this spot.
Sorry.
God is good. He is, and every day of my life I thank him for it. Because right now, more than ever, we need to keep right on pushing, making sure that those demands that are relevant then, unfortunately, are relevant right now. But we don't give up, we don't give out, we don't even stop. We coming at it.
I am a member of men. Where can I get one of those spots? Because
You have to be credentialed to do it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So all the people that are here from APRI, of San Diego, not anything about me. For all of those who are good Catalytic members, and I'm a little partial. Mine is just right here, okay? Just so we know. But for all of those things, walk together, children, and don't you get worried. Because we are going to win this race. God bless you, and God bless Reverend Shirley.
Let us now welcome Lenore Thomas, President of Virginia 512 SEIU.
Hello, Washington. 63 years ago, workers from across the nation organized and marched on these grounds. My name is Lenore Thomas. I'm the president of SEIU.
There's a lot of people down here.
And we are here this morning
Sitting over here, sitting
the
over there.
sacrifice of our ancestors will not be in vain. I stand here on behalf of 2 million members of the Service Employees International Union, the people who serve your communities, keep your hospitals running, and your loved ones cared for in their homes. SEIU is here to send a message. There is no worker power in a country where there is no ballot power. Here's why. The vote is sacred. It is sacred because of what it costs. Our ancestors paid for our ballots with their lives. They did not pay that
Hello,
price
Mr.
so
Liberty.
we could pick and choose
Liberty Odyssey is on the line.
They paid the price.
Liberty
to make the
Odyssey,
vote
share the
count.
live and send
And
more
they paid
people
the price
to
to
the
make
live.
every
Yeah,
vote
live
count
in Washington,
every
DC.
single time. In Virginia, we know this fight firsthand. Virginians went to the polls and voted for a new congressional map. And when we asked the Supreme Court to uphold that vote, they said no. Why? Power.
There's a
So
lot
when
of
somebody tells me our vote does not matter, I ask them one question. Why are they working so hard to take it from us? Nobody spends that kind of money. True democracy, the vote has more power than boardrooms and big donors. More power than
We are live in DC.
we all need.
Live, we are live in
Power
DC.
and respect. Money, the worker who made your money.
Yep, we are live in DC, people. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Washington, DC. And there's a lot of people. The mall is big. Lincoln Memorial Park is very big. So people are scattered around. You know, people are scattered around. Having a good time. I don't know where they went those things. Wow.
Let us now welcome
So,
founder,
Okay.
and Chief Investment Officer of
I know, I heard her too. Keep it all, and then you gotta like.
Morning.
But, you know, it took us on the
I've been inspired by a long line of people who risked their lives for liberation, who broke barriers to legal justice.
Good morning. I'm on the young so honest to be here with my family, with my best friend, John Rogers, an extraordinary part of my life. Lucky enough to be part of President Obama's administration, and now run a small nonprofit called Chicago Spread, based in Chicago. Now laser focused on reducing gun violence. We work with young men hopefully against the shooting, being shot. We've had historic reductions in violence. We're putting down the guns. It's the hardest work I've ever done. Honestly, the most heartbreaking, but also the most inspiring, hopefully the most meaningful. On Monday at one of our sites, we did a lesson on democracy. Two teams, team friends, team push. They're an eloquent and passionate. As opposed to gain by voting, the system has let them down for too long. And so in the next 67 days,
YouTube live. I remember how beautiful that was a beautiful pool. The pool was so beautiful. Oh my God. The pool was so beautiful. I remember last time we came, everybody was gathering around the pool. We were all gathering around the pool, enjoying a good time, having a good time around the water. You know, when you're around the water and people, it was like, I don't know. So that's the pool. I don't know what they did to the pool. So now they had to put a big black fence around the pool. They messed up the pool. This is very sad. I'm very sad. The pool is messed up. They messed up the pool. This is sad. You know, that's very sad. I don't know.
Good morning. I'm Cheryl.
They messed up the pool for no reason. Jesus Christ. I'm very sad, man. I'm very sad for the pool, man. This is sad.
And in 2026, we are still marching because the work of democracy remains unfinished. For 250 years, America has wrestled with the distance between its promise and its practice. Who counts? Who's heard? Who gets to say? Who gets to claim the full promise of their inalienable rights? Just weeks after our found the skeptical streets of Washington for the women suffrage secession because they understood a truth that still remains. Freedom cannot be divided. Citizenship cannot be partial. And democracy cannot belong only to some. 50 years later, Delta was here again. Our 10th national president, Dorothy Height,
It's
was
like
the planning of the 1960s.
it's like a family gathering.
They helped women register, educate,
It's like a family gathering. It's like a family gathering, alright? Plan to visit the park. Plan your visit.
That's right, the voting rights, the barriers to the ballot. In Texas, Delta fought restrictions on voter assistance, and in Mississippi, we defend black voting power. And in federal court, we fight to protect access to organized.
Yes, that's right. That's what it's about.
We litigate, we mobilize, but we do not. The right to vote is ready. Every other right comes before law. The fight to vote is more than what happens at the ballot. It's the declaration and our voice. So, in 1930, in 1963, 2026, different generations, yes, the same song. Different battles, yes, the same conversation. Years back, we are trying to do so I ask, what will you do? Defend the vote. What must you do? Defend the vote. What will Delta do? Defend the vote. Let us now welcome Rabbi
So they made Jerry present. Right there.
Good morning, civil rights family. Shalom. Shalom. Let me hear you. Shalom. I'm Rabbi Jonah Pisser. I lead the Religious Action Center of Reform Jews in the largest, most diverse denomination.
Oh, I didn't think so. Got it.
With Rabbi Kelly Whitehead,
Did I get a grab at it?
Josh Maxey. Just 3 out of 2.1 million Reformed Jews marched together with you, gathering.
So that's basically the veterans. Veterans come.
We stand today in honor of Andrew Goodman, James Payne, and Amy Swerter, 2 white Jews and a black Christian who were murdered by the Klan for what? Registering voters. So we march with you today in the footsteps of our Hebrew ancestors who rose up out of Egyptian slavery and journeyed to the Promised Land 3,000 years ago. They heard God's call through this blast of the shofar. Rise up, march forth, and journey to Freedom Land. Wake up! Everybody say, wake up! Because our democracy is in danger. Our rights are being rolled back. Our voices are being silenced. Our votes are going uncounted. Our people are suffering with fear and hunger and despair. Our neighbors are hiding in their homes because they're afraid of agents of the state who are terrorizing our communities. And our children are experiencing hate at every turn when we are trying to build the beloved community. But we know.
Oh, like finally we find ourselves in the
Before
bench.
us know. Our state is in our solidarity. Everybody say solidarity. And the redemption of this nation. They can come through democracy. Everybody say democracy. A robust, multiracial, inclusive democracy in which every voice is heard because every vote is counted. You know what? We know some people want some people not to vote. Are we going to stand for that? March. The Voting Rights Act of '65 was written in our conference room at the RAC. But we also know the Voting Rights Act was not written in a conference room. It was written in blood in Selma and transcribed in our conference room. So to honor those who gave their blood and their lives, I ask you with love and pride, will you lift your voice? Will you demand justice? Will you march on and on and on until victory is won? We didn't start marching 63 years ago. We started marching 3,000 years ago when our people rose up out of Egypt, and we will march for another 3,000 years if that's what it takes until victory is won. Amen? Amen.
So when you hear your name, make some noise.
Washington 2026 proudly partners with these democracy protection organizations. DC Vote. Declaration for American Democracy. Democracy Forward.
I think
Stand
yet
Up
to
America.
be
United for Democracy. Together, we stand united to protect our democracy, defend the rights of every citizen, and preserve the power of the people. Defend the vote, defend democracy, defend our future.
Let us now welcome Keturah Johnson, International Vice President of Association of Flight Attendants, CWA AFL-CIO.
All right. What's up, family? My name is Keturah Johnson, and I am a proud queer union veteran. 1,000 incredibly diverse flight attendants.
that's one of the members.
As the
You got this
International
one, yeah.
Association of Flight Attendants.
PFLAG National Board of Directors. PFLAG moms and families, where you at? Yes. And in case you didn't know, PFLAG is where LGBTQ plus people, parents and families, and allies unite to turn pride into power. I know we as flight attendants, we ask folks every day, multiple times a day, if you are willing and able to assist us in the event of an emergency. We ask you and we trust you based on a verbal yes, your word, and so does everyone else. You all have trusted folks you have not seen. Today, I need to know if you are willing and able to assist us in this emergency and turn your privilege and pride into power. And we're gonna need some verbal yeses. We'll start with the easy one. Are you willing and able to listen to flight attendants? We save lives, and we've been doing a lot of it lately, and we're tired. Are you willing and able to support the Delta flight attendants to organize their union to raise standards of workers in the South and across the country? Yes, because voter suppression is union busting, and guess what we know? Union busting, it's disgusting. Are you willing and able to protect the trans folks in the LGBTQ plus community? Are you willing and able to use people's pronouns even if you don't get it? Are you willing and able to fight for people to make their own choices about their bodies? And are you willing and able to stand up for migrants? Are you willing and able to stop clapping for veterans and instead organize to ensure those like myself who have sacrificed for this country are seen, respected, protected, and cared for in and out of the war zone, in and out of the closet, protect trans veterans and soldiers of color? Are you willing and able to stand with postal workers and ensure mail-in ballots are still counted because your vote should not count no matter where you are on election day, and the U.S. mail is not for sale? Are you willing and able to fight for health care and housing for all? And are you willing and able to have the promise and power to never forget September 11th? Are you willing and able to use your privilege as power and turn your power into vote? Because when we vote, we protect families. When we educate, we empower communities. When we organize, we build power. And when we show up together, we shape the future. And when we fight, we win. This is a time for good trouble, necessary trouble. It's going to mean protest. It's going to mean education. It's going to mean to get uncomfortable. It's going to mean disturbing the peace. And it will mean hug around and find out. And that means risk. And risk is hard. But it's only the risk that we have to be freedom. So my question to you, what are you willing to risk? And who are you willing to risk it for? Why are you going to save lives? Protect trans folks. Respect veterans. Right now,
let us now welcome Hector E. Sanchez Barber, President and CEO of Mi Familia Vota.
Buenos dias, brothers and sisters. What a beautiful, powerful morning. We gather today in the spirit of those who marched in Washington before us. Those who understood that democracy is something we fought hard for and that every generation must continue to defend. The work is far from done. Today, our democracy is being tested. Across this country, voting rights are under attack. Our communities face new and dangerous barriers to the ballot. The protections of the voting rights are gone. And this administration openly threatens to bring immigration enforcement into our elections. This administration is using DHS and ICE to block and intimidate voters ahead of the midterms. This is not the system we fought for. No American citizen should ever have to wonder whether going to vote will put their family, their neighbors, or their community at risk. For Black and Latino communities, we know this history. We know that voter intimidation looks like. We know what happens when those in power decide that our voices are too powerful, our communities are too organized, and our votes are too consequential. But we also know something else. When Black and Brown communities stand together, we can change our nation. All communities have marched together. We have organized together. We have fought together for civil rights, worker rights, voting rights, and human dignity. And today, We must stand together again, united in purpose and conviction. Black voters matter, Latino voters matter, our voices matter, our votes matter. Together we represent a force powerful enough to defend the promise of the American democracy. So our message today is simple. We will not be intimidated. We will not be divided, and we will not surrender our voices to our political power. We will register, we will organize, we will mobilize, and we will vote. And black and brown together, we will defend our democracy and continue to march towards justice. Sí se puede.
I've destroyed mine.
Let us now welcome John C. Yang, President and Executive Director of Asian Americans Advancing Justice.
Good morning. 大家好. When I say vote, we say now. Vote! Now! Vote! Now! Vote! Now! This election is going to be so important. Thank you. And we know that there are going to be new barriers that are put before us. Whether they're barriers based on proof of citizenship, whether they're barriers based on mail-in balloting, or whether there are barriers based on sheer voter intimidation suppression. We know we will to fight. And that is why I'm proud that our organization, along with so many of our organizations here, are fighting in the courts. Just yesterday, we secured yet another victory against this administration, against their attempt to restrict mail-in balloting. We will continue to fight. As an Asian American, I know what exclusion feels like. We know that people oftentimes look at us as foreigners. Sorry. Whether we should be citizens, even if we're born in this country. We are loyalty to questions, even when we serve this country. That is why we know we need to come together. Come together with our brothers and sisters, the black community, the Latino community, the immigrant community, the indigenous community, all of our communities.
So where can I get it?
Straight, take a right, go all the way down, you'll see a white fence.
Whether we are here as descendants of slaves who fought for their freedom, whether we are here and have their trace their heritage through this native, together to ensure that our democracy serves us and not the politicians. When every vote gets counted and every vote is cast, we will be able to serve us and serve
I was kind of late.
So, when I say democracy, say vote. Democracy.
Whoa.
Democracy.
Whoa.
Democracy. Thank you very much.
Let us now welcome Leah Greenberg and Ezra Levine, co-founders and co-executive directors of Indivisible.
So, excuse me.
Let us now welcome Leah Greenberg and Ezra Levine, co-founders and co-executive directors of Indivisible.
Hey y'all, I'm Ezra. And we are the co-founders of Indivisible. We're here on behalf of 2,500 local Indivisible groups from Texas to California to Maryland to Virginia to the deep south to the north to the northwest. We are organizing with you the 250th anniversary of the founding of our country, not the founding of our democracy. Everybody here knows it's not the 250th anniversary of the founding of our democracy. It's our real democracy. The civil rights legends organized the whole protest in the 30s in Washington, D.C. here 63 years ago. We are marching today with you with the beginning of our vote and the beginning of
Put my credentials out, Jake.
Let me see your slip. Can you see that?
Yeah, I'm saying that.
Do you have an event badge?
I'm going to get one over there.
Okay, I need you to wait here. Do you know who you're working with? Can you call somebody to bring your badge?
No.
Can't call anybody. Okay, to get in, I need you to go down to that checkpoint and they'll let you in over there.
So excuse me.
You was amazing.
So let me check. Oh, get it. Get it. I'm sorry. The check good, Jay.
Bathroom is here.
3 years ago, Mayor Grusson was one of the lead organizers. He's got a great quote. We need in every community a group of
Excuse me. I remember of name. They said I need a credential. Press. Yeah.
Yep. You would have to get a credential. See how hers is credentialized from there?
Yeah, it's all my made. It's all my bad because it was all on me. The refreshment. I don't think oh, that's the bathroom.
Washington D.C., let me hear you.
Should have make it back. No, that's all on me because I did not did it on time.
People like you,
Just go to whatever so
govern not super wealthy and certainly not giant corporations or oligarchs. If that's an idea that you believe in, let me hear you, Washington, D.C.
I don't have all time for that joke, you understand?
Now, I don't have a lot of time with y'all today. This is a non-partisan event. And as a person who leads a political party, that's partisan in the world. Easy, because I don't believe the story that
they do
versus blue. I believe the majority.
I think they give all the attention, you know, all the attention, all the shit and more. What is over there? Fuck the shit is Jerry.
A partisan is someone who supports me.
Am I fucking lost again?
So if I am a partisan, I am a partisan working people.
That's fucking backstage. I'm not gonna go backstage. Fucking lost.
You don't know, you better know.
That's a VIP. That's an interesting spot. You see, that's the guy. That's the guy with the most. Just like they say, this is where the magic happens. Oh yeah, we're there. Oh, backstage with the VIP of the VIPs.
Drive up utility costs and drive profits for the wealthy. I am a partisan for black folks in the South, still fighting for voting rights.
Sorry.
Hell with the corrupt Supreme Court. I am for the folks in Minneapolis and LA who risk life and limb for their neighbors when masked men with guns I am for children in Tehran and Palestine facing missiles paid for by our tax dollars, resources that should go to building schools and feeding children versus bombing schools and killing kids. We are not the crazy ones. What's crazy is continuing to accept the status quo constructed by the architects of war and division that have only brought misery and ruin to our world. When has that ever worked for us? I'm tired of accepting they're crazy. So if you're mad as hell and sick or tired of being sick and tired and you're hungry for freedom, Working Family Party is a home for you. Thank you, Washington, D.C.
Let us now welcome Patrice Lawrence, Executive Director of the
other
Block Network.
That's the other side.
Greetings, family.
I think this side has more because the side they got a lot of people, but not enough.
Stand up for your rights. Get up, stand up. Don't forget the fight. I am here to declare that immigration is a black issue. We have the power to build a
there's a big crowd.
Freedom to thrive without fear. Freedom to cross borders and see the people we love and love and freedom to keep our families together and not in the center. Freedom to be at home. I want that freedom for all of us. Latinos, immigrants, all of us. The freedom to work, organize, vote, breathe, and thrive. Because freedom should never depend on the color of our skin, or where we were born, or the passport we carry, or the legacy of this country, the papers in our pockets. Our freedom belongs to all of us, and with freedom comes possibility. So family, when I ask what do we deserve, I need you to say freedom. What do we deserve?
Freedom.
What do we deserve?
Freedom.
That's right, and we will march for it, organize for it, and stand up for it always. We deserve freedom. I'm Patrice with our Docu Black Network. Thank you for joining me here today.
One of those. Can I have one?
Let us now welcome Derek Johnson, President and CEO of the NAACP.
NAACP?
We're all around. We just got to go to another tent.
Oh, okay.
63 years ago,
oh, there you
people
go.
convened on this lawn. They were fighting for
there's more people down there. That's what they say.
Justice and dignity. We stand here 63 years later with over 300,000 black women who have lost their jobs. We stand here 63 years later with the Supreme Court that lacks
Thank you.
the ability to see justice. We stand here 63 years later with people who live in the White House and in Congress that would have us think that it was illegal to be black. But we stand here today recognizing as many of those who came 63 years later that the march is only the gathering point for the world. That we must leave here not celebrating this moment, but leave here energized and inspired to turn out to vote in November.
Okay.
We recognize that when we vote, we win.
Oh, this is where.
We recognize that the black vote is the moral compass of this nation. We recognize that there are those who would try to divide us by putting labels on us, but we stay focused on our mission based in our history, looking at the future, we will win. In this moment, the rallying cry must be, when we vote, we win. Because at the end of the day, the currency in this democracy is our vote. And we cannot get distracted by this concept that black men are doing this and white women are doing this. Because we should never fall into the trap of a us versus us paradigm. It must always be an us for us reality as we fight for it, because when we vote, we win. Because we stand here today in this heat. Let's say this together. When we vote, we win. When we vote, we win. When we vote, we win. Peace and power.
Let us now welcome Virginia K. Sullivan, President and CEO of Common Cause.
Common Cause, right there is a lot of state. So that will be cool down there.
My name is Sullivan. I am the President and CEO of Common Cause, here representing our more than 1 million members around the country. Today we are here just to remember and we are here to make history.
And look at the speed. A lot of people. What? Right, I had to go all the way down to get one of those.
Identify and report issues at polling locations and help ensure that every eligible voter can cast a ballot without unnecessary barriers. So please, what we're going to do, we're going to find an election protection volunteer, and we will ensure that we are not only voting ourselves, but we are helping others for their vote. Thank you.
Let us now welcome Kelly Robinson, President of the Human Rights Campaign.
Hello, my name is Kelly Robinson. I'm proud to serve as president of the Human Rights Campaign. We are 4 million members strong. We are the largest lesbian, gay, bi, trans, and queer civil rights organization in the nation. And we will be damned if democracy dies on our watch, y'all. Do y'all know Bayard Rustin? In 1963, Bayard Rustin was the lead organizer for the March on Washington. He was black, he was gay, and he organized this in 8 weeks. But still, they left his name out of the history books. Not today. Bayard Rustin, y'all. We are saying his name today. Somebody say Bayard Rustin. Because like in 1963, hardly anyone was out as gay. Because you could lose your job, your family, or even your life. And yet, we would not be here today without black LGBTQ plus people. There would be no March on Washington without Bayard Rustin. There'd be no Stonewall without Marsha P. Johnson. There would be no Victory and Brown v. Board of Education without Pauli Murray, and there wouldn't be a Beyonce, y'all, without Uncle Johnny. So I am here to say with my whole chest, this is our country. We are here, we have always been here, and we are not going anywhere. LGBTQ plus people are 10% of voters. 74 million voters are allies in our community.
I don't like
when
those
we show up,
This
we
was
win.
trying to pick me.
When we vote,
It
we
might.
win. The fight for voting rights and the fight for LGBTQ plus equality are the same fight. So we gotta be clear. But we have some rights we have gained today. If we don't keep showing up, we're not gonna have them tomorrow.
Basically, it was a great event.
This
A lot of
is more
people
than a
showed
march.
up. Nah,
This
we
is a
always wanted
movement
more
to save
people to
our
show up, but
democracy,
hey,
because my people,
people did show up.
LGBTQ plus people deserve to feel just as safe surrounded by the American flag as we do when we are surrounded by pride flags. Because our dreams are
basically
still
that's what
worth
they
fighting
did to the
for,
pool.
because our country is still worth fighting for.
Now they have a black river.
Remind somebody that the power of the people is always greater than the people that are in power. And when we vote,
So
we
now the thing
win.
is the black river.
When we show up, we win. We got 67 days to do this, y'all. 67 days to vote, to knock doors, to talk to our neighbors, and to take back our democracy. Are we ready to do that? Are we ready to do that? Then let's get to work, y'all, and let's get free.
Let us now welcome Reverend Dr. George L. Parks Jr., Division Director of Pastors and Ministers Division of the National Baptist Convention, USA Incorporated.
Oh boy.
Friends, I'm standing today to praise Reverend Dr. Boyd Timber on behalf of the National Baptist Convention, USA Incorporated. Friends, let me remind you that today we are standing on holy ground. This is not holy ground because of Washington wrote himself or Lincoln, but we are standing on holy ground today because of the life of Martin Luther King, of Ralph Appalachia, of Hillary Jackson, and of Bayard.
Those two ladies, they walk there and then they just pick to see what's going on. This is sad. Alright, so now they have the Black River. They made the pool a Black River now. It's all black. That's good.
And reminded us of our work. I want to remind you today
The Black River now.
that we stand here today not for
This is so
not
dreadful, man.
for a minute, but we use this day as a
Okay, so as you can see now, this is the Black River. It's all black. That's good. I don't know.
call your friends, call your family, act your secret circle because
Excuse me, sorry.
Holy Ground is not a sitting place, but it is a law. So when we leave here today, we pick up the phone. When we leave here today, we volunteer for voter lives.
Let freedom rings, let freedom
We know that this is
rings.
holy ground, so we can help somebody else. Have a great day.
The people with the big cameras, with big budget.
And corral ladies chateau.
Big cameras and big budget.
Every voice and sing. Let us now welcome the youth delegation, Ashley Sharpton, NAN Youth Huddle founder, Minister Christian Matthew, NAN Youth and College National President, Chloe McIntyre, Vice President, AUC, NAN Chapter, Yakisha Maddox, NCNW, Hampton, Virginia Chapter, Sully McMillan, NAACP, National Youth Director, and Darryl Coles of the Black Youth Coach.
When they say get back, we say fight back. Get back.
Fight back.
Get back.
Fight back.
When they say get back, we say fight back. Get back. Get back. My name is Ashley Sharpton. I'm the national council. 63 years later, we stand on the court ground. Not just the religion, but the people. They say young people are not engaged. Look around. Young people are swimming from across this nation. But we cannot just commemorate history. We have to make our own. Our rights are under attack. Families are struggling to afford their life. Equal opportunity is being rolled back. But we have survived too much and come too far to turn around now. They may call check, but they haven't called checkmate. This fight does not, and we will not leave the Lincoln Memorial today, not on our assignment. If we are going to build power, we have to stay connected, stay organized, and stay in action. So if before we end, there should be a QR code. We want you to be in touch with us and engage with us on the coalition. You're going to hear from the leaders of that coalition right now and national youth leaders across this nation. Because the future is not coming. The future is here. Now you're going to hear from Chloe McIntyre, the name chapter, Darryl Coles from Black Youth Vote, Yakisha Maddox from NW, Minister Talik McMillan from NAACP, Tavia Lee of NAN Howard, and Minister Christian Matthew of the National Action Network. Let's clap them up.
Good morning, family. Good morning. I said good morning, family. Good morning. My name is
Chloe Irene McIntyre, a senior psychology major, management and organization minor, attending the #1 HBCU in the nation, Spelman College. Now you may wonder why I introduce myself with such power and conviction. But this is the exact standard that matriculating in such a rich environment sets. I humbly serve as the Vice President of the National Action Network AUC Youth and College Chapter. And today I stand here representing the heartbeat of the movement, the young people. We are the generation raised by group chats, campus protests, and the belief that our voices are not just important, they're necessary. We have been educated about our Morehouse brother, Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and the history made 63 years ago with the March on Washington. Now we're living it. We're not just studying history in our classrooms, now we're standing in it. When I look at this crowd, I see students who left dorm rooms, early classes,
Yeah, the VIP. The VIPs. The VIPs stand like the rich people, you know? Like the VIPs are.
As youth, we bring something special to this movement. Creativity, courage, and a little bit of that unique flavor you can only find in a historically Black institution. We know how to organize, mobilize, and make change go viral. We know how to turn a moment into momentum. And we know that justice isn't a trend, it's a lifelong commitment. Today we march because our communities and our friends deserve safety. We march because our elders and our ancestors fought too hard for us to sit quietly or silently. We march because voting rights, equity, and dignity are non-negotiable. And we march because the future is not something we inherit, it's something that we build. So to every young person, keep pushing this nation to be what it is.
Today, I am reminded that history simply does not textbooks, but history lives in the streets that we stand on and the people who refuse to be silent, and especially in the young people that stand here, as a young person, as a student, and as an organizer. When we would look back at the March on Washington, we remember the thousands of people who gathered, convened, and made what we have now possible. They marched for jobs, freedom, and equality. But we also have to remember something very important. Many of the people who helped make the movement possible are young, just like we are today. And now it is our turn. Look at your neighbor and say, it is our turn.
It's our turn.
Our generation is demanding an education that does not leave students drowning in debt, demanding that we have families where we can afford to live with our families, we can afford to live on our own when we graduate and have a life of equality, economic opportunity, and a government where our voices are heard. Because our voice does matter. Our voice and our organizing does matter, and our presence matters. When we stand as young people, we organize, we register to vote, we show up, and we stand together, we show power. So do not leave this march simply inspired, but leave this march organized. Figure out what you're going to do next and make it happen. Do not let anyone tell you that you are too young to lead, that you are not the person to do it. You can make the difference, and I'm here to tell you that. We are here, we are organized, we are informed, we are ready, and we are not going anywhere. This generation for us marched so that we have the opportunities that they were denied, and now we do the same for our next generation. It is our turn to march so that the generation after us inherits a country that is more equal and more free. So let's hear it for us, let's hear it for them, and let's remember the past.
Good afternoon, my brothers and sisters. My name is Daryl Cole, National Project Coordinator for Black Youth Vote. a signature program under the umbrella of the National Coalition on Black Civic Participation. And it's truly an honor and pleasure being here with all of you today. Today, we are standing on sacred ground, but we are not here simply to remember history. We are here to continue it. We are here to write into history. Our generation is next up, and it's our responsibility to keep the mantle going. And we're standing on shoulders of people that bled and fought and died for our right to be here. So thank you for all you freedom fighters for being here. Our brothers and sisters behind us, the next youth leaders, and we will continue on the fight. And thank you to my Black youth delegations that's out here that came across the country to speak up truth to power, to keep fighting for millions of young Black voters across this country. We will continue the battle and peace and power, my brothers and sisters.
Okay, let's.
Good evening. My name is Jakija Maddox Charles, and I am a fourth-year psychology major on the forensics track with a criminal justice brain, originally from Jacksonville, Florida. And I proudly stand before you as the recharging president of the Hampton University section of the National prayers and unfinished work of those who came before me. My connection to this movement is deeply personal. I stand here in honor of my brother. My brother was one of Dr. Mary Lewis' best friends and was invited to attend the Daytona Educational and Industrial School. Although she was unable to attend because she had the responsibility of taking care of
What is the guy that is sitting on the board?
I know they're attending and thanks. So I said that they were there from 3 and now a total of
Hi, how are you? So what is Common Cause? What is Common Cause? Is that
It's a non-affiliated voter protection organization. We're here to make sure that people's votes count.
Oh, okay.
And so we volunteer to do different things, from witnessing to having voter school, whatever, classes, as well as go to this website that'll tell you in your state or your area where the map is, who your candidates are, and give you ideas. Calm your fears about voting and ICE. Maybe you might be worried about that. Early voting is the best way to do it.
Okay, but I also saw that you said Common Cause.
Yes.
Democracy is a common cause.
It's a non-affiliated.
Non-affiliated. Oh, okay.
All I ask, I'm not affiliated voter. I don't know other people, but I'm unaffiliated. I just want you to vote for good humans.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
So just to give you a little bit
So basically my thing was, they said democracy is a common cause. I wanted to ask them, ask them about democracy in general. You said common cause. Well, basically, the common cause is what they are affiliated with.
May history remember that we
This is kind of
and touch our anointing. Thank you.
And I stand before you representing the power and process. So we can have a voice in this country. And now that responsibility belongs to us. The vote is more than
like a flag?
The vote is more than a ballot. The vote is our voice. The vote is our power. The vote is our future.
Everybody come with
At our university, we inherit a legacy of leaders who understood that freedom was simply not burden, not even mandatory. It was organized for, marched for, and fought for. And now it is our turn. I proudly serve the children of Prince George's County Public Schools under the leadership of Dr. Charles Joseph, and I have the privilege of teaching extraordinary students at Glen Brown Elementary School. Every day, I look at their faces and see the future. That is why we're not supposed to continue to vote for those who pass the ballot.
Excuse
We're
me.
protecting the communities in their right to inherit a democracy where our voices matter.
Yeah, thank you. Can I get one of those?
Yeah, well, this one is a $5 donation for this one.
Oh,
You can get this one.
Yeah, let me see.
Radio.
Yeah.
Oh, it's in the show.
It's in Creole. It's like basically how to find the truth.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's how to find the truth. The title is Quatre Contre. Like when I'm looking into your eyes when two people's talking, so we need to tell the truth, you know? Yeah, so we ask a lot of badass question. Especially about democracy and ICE and what this administration is doing. So especially to immigrants. I'm from Haiti.
Right.
Yeah, so.
Nice. I know they're fucking putting ankle bracelets on people.
Yeah, that's very
Haitian immigrants, and they just took away their TPS.
Yeah, that's very sad.
I mean, the truth is, you know, when I talk about the truth, it says a time for hard questions and real answers.
Oh, good.
You know, it says hard truths about the fascists and what they have in store. Hard truths about the system that gave rise to them. And hard but liberating truths about what needs to be done and your role in it. We are now being ruled by fascists. We're revolutionary communists.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're trying to overthrow the whole system. So, but the point is, it's like the revolutionary leader, Baba Vacan, that we follow, has made the point that there's a direct line from the Confederacy to the fascists of today. You know, the Confederacy, which was the army that fought for slavery.
Oh, okay.
So this is an open white supremacist, male supremacist regime that comes out of the very system of capitalism and imperialism that can't be reformed, can't vote away, you know, you're not going to vote away your way out of fascism or out of the way out of the horrors of that system that brings down not just on black people, middle class people in this country, but in Gaza, Iran, and on the very climate that humanity needs to survive.
Story.
That was very hard. That was very strong.
But we, the people, we are not waiting for history to save us, but we are the storytellers, a new democracy. So when they ask about what this generation did when democracy was under attack, let the record show that we showed up. When they tried to silence us, let the record show that we spoke up. When they told us that freedom was impossible. Let the record show that we fought anyway. And show them what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. All power to the people.
No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace. What do we want? Make some noise on the Washington Monument, Lincoln Square. I want to close with this, and I want to thank all of my colleagues. They've done a great job. I serve as the National Youth and College President for the National Action Network, and I want to say this. There's a scripture in the Bible that talks about the King Jehoshaphat that was dealing with 3 armies that were against him. And the Bible says that they went before God in silence and in prayer and in meditation. And they stood looking up to God, asking God, what shall we do? And the Bible says that God told them to send praise and worship singers to praise God in the beauty of holiness. And in the midst of that, the Bible says that God sent ambushment against their enemies. And so my pastor is here today, and she preached a message 2 Sundays ago that said God is going to help us win. And so I want to surrender to you today that God is going to help us win. And that even though it looks like we are going through hell, even though it looks like there were so many trials and challenges and tribulation, that God is going to set up ambushment against the enemy. And what is ambushment? Ambushment is when the enemies turn on themselves. So Trump can do whatever he want to do, but it's going to come your day where your own people are going to turn on themselves. It's going to come a day where all your cabinet members are going to wake up one day and have a revelation like Paul went to Damascus and say, I can't kill any more people. And it's going to come a day where your own people are going to turn on you. And so as we are standing here, I want you to remember that we are seeking God, that we are asking God for his direction, and that at the end of the day, that God is going to help us get through this. God bless you all.
Let us now welcome Yusef D. Jackson, President and CEO of Rainbow Push Coalition.
Thank you. 63 years ago, Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. stood on the very step below me to remind America that to be a great nation, that nation must keep its promises to its people. At that march in 1963, from all walks of life, ordinary people came. They came not with overwhelming political power or any military force, but by faith. Faith in God's covenant and humanity, that if my people who are called by my name would humble themselves and pray, seek my face, turn from their wicked ways, then I'll forgive their sins and heal their land. They came humbly with that covenant in their hearts, and with the faith that the dark past taught them, and with the hope that the present had brought them, that through their sacrifice, tomorrow's America would become better than the America we live in today. My father, the Reverend Jesse Ellington Sr., committed his life to giving hope to the disenfranchised. He said a great society is measured by how we treat our children in the dawn of life, our elderly in the sunset of life, our sick, poor, and disadvantaged in the sunset and shadows of life. He said that hunger hurts no matter your race, that every child deserves a fair chance, and that when we go forward by hope and not backward by fear, when we reach boldly for coalition based on common ground, when the playing field is even and the rules are very clear, we win. To the over 50 voices who spoke here before me, representing Haitians and immigrants and Jews and Greeks, labor, business, faith, fraternities, sororities, LGBTQ, Latinos, Asian American, and students, to those kids born out of wedlock and raised by their grandma, to those students who got accepted into college but can't afford tuition. He said, you may not have money, but you have dignity. You're God's child. He said, I am. Somebody. He said, I am. Somebody. He said, I am. Somebody. Our coalition is undefeated. We're only vulnerable when we stand alone and divided. We must have the courage to find common ground and hang together, or our adversaries will hang us separately, one at a time. Last time we marched here, we dismantled the legal infrastructure of Jim Crow. We won. We began to close the gaps in health, education, wealth, home ownership, and life expectancy. We won. Economies grew across the South. We won. Perhaps we celebrated too soon. Perhaps we celebrated too long. My generation was born on the second base of civil rights. Not because of our own efforts, but by the grace of God and sacrifice of others. But somehow as the years passed, we get confused and think we actually hit a double. I love the music. We want our freedom. And we taste the measure of equality. We won. We were late to learn the rights of liberty and television. But we're not going back 100 years. We'll build a new coalition, a new rainbow coalition, right and stronger together. We can win again. And together we can win again.
Yeah, because you can say a lot in 1 minute. You can say a lot in 1 minute, like that's sad, but it's you can say a lot in 1 minute.
Let us now welcome Mark H. Morial, President and CEO of National Urban League.
Yeah, Urban League. Yeah, there's a lot of people.
Good afternoon, brothers and sisters.
Good afternoon.
I'm proud to serve as president of the National Urban League. I'm proud to be here today. I was here for the 20th anniversary, the 40th anniversary, the 50th, and the 60th, and now here 63 years after that historic day. Some say that the American people have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, even led astray. That may be true, but not us. You cannot say America first while putting the American people last. You cannot say America first and put billionaires first. You cannot say America first and put bombs first. You cannot say America first while American children sit in underfunded schools, families ration medicine, veterans sleep on the streets, and working people can't afford a home. You cannot say America first while you drive 600,000 black women out of the workforce and attack the principles of fairness and opportunity like diversity, equity, and inclusion. You cannot say America first while you suppress the vote and make it harder for Americans. We say it's time to put the American people first, and let me share what that means. When we put people first, we put our children first. Every child given a chance to rise. When we put people first, it means our health care is first. Nobody going bankrupt because they got sick. When we put people first, it means put our homes first. Because in the richest nation on the earth, working people should be able to afford a roof over their heads. Putting people first means people come first. Good jobs, safe and affordable food, clean water, neighborhoods that aren't forgotten, the people, not the billionaires. How do we make them put us first? We must put us first. The same way people have always made this nation live up to its promise. The way they did it in Montgomery, the way they did it in Greensboro, the way they did it on the bridge in Selma. When the powerful forgot who really holds the power, we use it, we strategize, we organize, and say we vote. We'll vote this fall like our schools depend on it, because they do. We'll vote this fall like our health care depends on it, because it does. Our democracy depends on it, because it does. And when we ask what got us into this, tell them, remember who we are. When they ask who sent us, tell them the people did. When someone asks what they can do to save this democracy, tell them to vote, to vote, to vote. The ballot is our path to make America great. It's ever been. We must affirm today that we will never go back. It's time for a living wage bill. It's time for an affordable housing strategy. It's time to repeal and replace the big ugly bill. It's time to send the SAVE Act to the graveyard. It's time for us to stand up for an agenda for the American people, and we will not go back. Join me in saying we are here to defend the vote. Say defend the vote.
Defend the vote.
We are here to defend the vote, and let us affirm that we will fight, and we will fight, and we will fight until hell freezes over, and then we'll fight on the ice. God bless you.
Let us now welcome Melanie L. Campbell, President and CEO of the National Coalition on Black Civic Participation, National Convener of the Black Women's Roundtable.
Today, we gather to celebrate the 63rd anniversary of the March on Washington, calling for jobs and freedom. Today, we are here to defend the vote. So what does defend the vote mean? Defending the vote means voting rights for all. Repeat after me. Voting rights for all. Justice for all. No unjust wars. Defending the vote means liberation. Say liberation.
Liberation.
Defending the vote means public education for all. Defending the vote means workers' rights, women's rights, LGBTQ rights. Defending the vote means diversity, equity, and inclusion for all. And lastly, I just stopped by to tell the racist white nationalists, we built this country. We will not be erased. We ain't going nowhere. God is on our side. Power of the ballot. Say it with me. Power of the ballot. Say it with the ballot. Power of the ballot. Power of the ballot. We will remember in November who was with us and who was against us. Power to the people.
Let us now welcome the Honorable Yvette D. Clark, Delegation Chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, United States Representative of the New York 9th Congressional District.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Representative Yvette D. Clark, Chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, proudly representing New York's 9th Congressional District, Brooklyn, New York. It is an honor to be here with you all today at the Lincoln Memorial as we honor the 63rd anniversary of the March on Washington. I am joined by the august body of CBC members you see surrounding me today. And we'd like to thank the Reverend Al Sharpton and the National Action Network, as well as Martin Luther King III, Andrea Waters King, and the Drum Major Institute for carrying forward this tremendous legacy. Today is more than a commemoration. It is a call to action. Action.
It has been 4 months since the Supreme Court gutted the Voting Rights Act of 1965, opening the door to a coordinated attack on the black political power and fair representation across the South. Since the Calais decision came down, Republicans across the country have wasted no time in their zealous pursuit for unbridled power. They've moved with lightning speed to enact new congressional maps in their mid-decade redistricting scheme to seize our power. As we speak, extremist MAGA Republicans at the local, state, and national levels are using every tactic in their arsenal to rob our communities of their right to free and fair elections. Over the past few years, hundreds of bills to restrict voting access have been introduced in states around the country with the aim of closing polling locations and imposing stricter voter ID requirements. Right now, Republicans in Congress are fighting to jam through voter suppression legislation like the so-called Save America Act and the Voter ID Act. But we won't let them do that, will we? We won't let them do that, will we? And just in the past few days, the Supreme Court dealt us another blow, clearing the pathway for Donald Trump to restrict voting by mail ahead of the November elections. So let's be clear. This is an outright power grab. It is about silencing black voices, dismantling majority black districts, and bringing the map in their favor as elections are already underway. For years, we have sounded the alarm as the Voting Rights Act was chipped away piece by piece. Today, the consequences are here, and they are dangerous. Not since Jim Crow have we witnessed such a sweeping and deliberate effort to disenfranchise black voters, but we are not powerless, and we are not backing down. As the young people say, we outside. We outside. Each and every progress in this country has been fought for, won through struggle, through resistance, and through the courage of people this nation tried to leave behind. The Voting Rights Act was not handed over freely. It was fought for, organized for, litigated for, and ultimately won through the blood and sacrifices of black Americans who demanded better from their country. As a nation, we are being called to that same courageous fight today. We owe it to the generations who came before us, to Dr. King, to our colleague, Congressman John Lewis, and so many others, to the freedom fighters who faced dogs, batons, fire hoses, and jail cells so that we could have a voice today. And we owe it to the generations that are coming after us, the now generation. We deserve a country where their vote is protected, their voice is heard, and their future is not determined by those who fear their power or their place in American history. This fight is nothing short of the future of American democracy itself. And the Congressional Black Caucus will meet this challenge head on, as we have time and again on behalf of the communities we serve. So to anyone who thinks we will be discouraged, to anyone who believes that we will be silenced, to anyone who hopes we'll sit down in this moment, they are mistaken. A setback is just an opportunity for a comeback. And we have no intention of allowing MAGA Republicans to drag us backwards. So when November comes, and in some states, early vote is already beginning, ballots are coming in the mail, we will show up in numbers too big to ignore, too powerful to suppress. Because our history has taught us that progress is never given. It is fought for and won. We gonna win, y'all. Are we gonna win, y'all? Are we gonna win, y'all? That is the legacy that we've inherited. And that is the legacy we intend to protect. We are still here. We are still fighting. And together, we will win. So to everyone out here today, let us gear up. Let us get ourselves together. Let's do the work and let's win. God bless you and God keep you in the days ahead.
Let us welcome the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, House Democratic Leader, United States Representative, New York 8th Congressional District.
Good afternoon. It's a high honor and a distinct privilege to stand with my colleagues in the Congressional Black Caucus, Reverend Sharpton, the King family, the National Action Network, and the civil rights community, as we commemorate the 63rd anniversary of the March on Washington and prepare for the battles ahead. We certainly have come a long way in the United States of America, but we still have a long way to go. These are challenging times in this country right now. We have a hater in the White House, a reckless and costly war of choice raging in the Middle East, a Supreme Court that's out of control. Black unemployment is up, black home ownership is down, and black political representation is under assault with Jim Crow tactics all throughout the South. Challenging times. Wickedness in high places, but we're not distressed because our community knows how to make a way out of no way. We're facing a crossroads right now here in the United States of America. The question is, which direction will we choose? We want to move America forward. The extremists are trying to turn back the clock. We're working hard to bring people together. The extremists are tearing the country apart. We believe in truth and reconciliation. The extremists want to erase our history, but black history is American history. Our story will never be erased. And so we come today in the spirit of Frederick Douglass. We come today in the spirit of Sojourner Truth. We come today in the spirit of Jackie Robinson. We come today in the spirit of Rosa Parks. We come today in the spirit of Martin Luther King Jr. We come today in the spirit of Muhammad Ali. We come today in the spirit of Fannie Lou Hamer. We come today in the spirit of Adam Clayton Powell Jr. We come today in the spirit of Shirley Chisholm. And we come today in the spirit of the great John Lewis, because it's time for us to get into some good trouble. Necessary trouble, good trouble. We fight for liberty and justice for all. We fight for equal protection under the law. We fight for free and fair elections. We fight for work, wages, and wealth creation. We fight for jobs and freedom. We fight for racial justice. We fight for economic justice. We fight for social justice. We fight for civil rights. And we fight to pass the John Robert Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act so we can end the era of voter suppression in the United States of America once and for all. So let's continue to show up, to stand up, and to speak up, to make this country the best version of herself. And when we do, together, I'm confident that we will win the day, win the week, win the month, win the year, win the hearts and minds of the American people, and then on November 3rd, win back control of the United States House of Representatives so we can end this national nightmare and continue our march toward a more perfect union. God bless you.
Let us now welcome Reverend Siobhan Arline Bradley, President and CEO of the National Council of Negro Women.
Good afternoon, D.C. I stand before you today as the proud president and CEO of the National Council of Negro Women, founded by none other than Dr. Mary McLeod Bethune. Standing before you in the spirit of the iconic Dorothy Irene Height, who 63 years ago today stood on these steps in this proud moment in American history. Now, the only woman's voice that day was the melodic voice of Mahalia Jackson. But although Dorothy didn't have a microphone on stage, she built a movement in the streets. A movement of black women who still stand and understand this assignment. The assignment fostered by Bethune's boldness, McCarthy's dedication and Rosa's resistance, that NCW is still here. Black women, we are still here. And now we've got the microphone, because the work is not finished yet. My brothers and sisters, we find ourselves once again having to defend the most fundamental right of our country. And for this, we've gathered on this sacred ground where our ancestors called us to continue. Now, Dr. Haidt understood something that we understand today, that a march cannot be the end of a movement. So the simple question we have for you today is, after the march, then what? After the speeches, then what? After the signs come down and we leave DC, what are we going to do? Well, I can tell you what Black women are going to do. We're going to organize, we're going to mobilize, we're going to educate, we're going to activate, we're going to demonstrate, and most of all, we're going to agitate this country. And I'm proud to announce this. With the Black Women's Leadership Collective, we are going to register 1 million new Black voters by 2028 to get ready for both elections. And we will do this through Power Up, Ready to Vote, because protecting democracy requires more than just telling somebody to go vote. We'll be preparing you for your precincts, making sure that every Black voter knows where to vote, what time to vote, and how to vote. We're going to work to overperform at the polls, where every eligible high school senior, every first-time voter on a college campus or in community knows where to go. And we're going to knock on doors in every district where families live, worship, and play until we can't knock anymore. And when somebody tries to suppress you, when someone tries to intimidate or confuse you, we will stand in the face of our enemy to say, no weapon formed against this movement shall ever prosper. Amen. And as I close, don't confuse progress with permanence. You see, rights that have been fought for can be weakened. Protections that have been won have already been taken away. But my brothers and sisters, we are that generation, that the ancestors dreamed of, that generation that benefited from the backs of those through chattel slavery. We are that generation with young people behind us ready to step up and show out. So when the history asks a question, what did we do when voting rights were threatened? What did we do when they attempted to stop us? Let the record reflect. Black women stood up. Black brothers showed up. And Black people powered up. Now let the record reflect that we, the people, are standing one nation under God, liberty and justice for all. We've got justice on our side. But most importantly, my brothers and sisters, we've got God on our side. So when they pipe up, pipe back and tell them, we're ready to go to work.
Let us now welcome the Honorable Abigail D. Spanberger, Governor of the Commonwealth of Virginia.
Good afternoon. I am Abigail Spanberger, and I am proud to serve as the 75th Governor of the Commonwealth of Virginia. I was sworn into office in January of this year, and about 6 months into my administration, we made a little news. You see, I had taken the action of restoring the voting rights of 66,000 Virginians. People who had previously been convicted of a felony, had served their time, returned home, and simply wanted the dignity of being able to fully participate in our democracy. The right to vote is about more than a ballot. It's about whether we believe that every person should have a voice in our democracy, and I do. It's about whether we believe our fellow citizens deserve the dignity of being heard, and I do. It's about whether we believe that we can create change when we unite our voices, and I do. And it's about whether we believe that our votes matter, and I know we all do. Right now, in 2026, Virginia is one of 3 states in this country that permanently strips voting rights from citizens with felony convictions. And one person alone has the authority to restore those rights. The governor. The governor has the sole discretion over whether the restoration process is transparent or done behind closed doors, whether it is easy to apply or deliberately complicated. The governor has the sole discretion over whether the voices of some Virginians can be heard at the ballot box. And my friends, make no mistake, that system, that process is a shameful relic of Virginia's Jim Crow past. In our democracy, our vote is how we make our voices heard. And the proof of that is in the fact that people have worked so hard throughout history to deny others the vote, to silence their voice. So let me tell you about Sam Harris, a Virginian I am proud to say now has the right to vote again. I called him in the days after we restored his rights, and he spoke of his pride in being able to cast a ballot, to use his voice. He spoke of the responsibility he feels to ensure his young daughter understands just how important voting is. And he spoke with reverence for his restored right to vote because it's, quote, something my ancestors died for. Because for as long as there have been people trying to silence others, there have been generations of Americans fighting for the rights of others. And that is true in Virginia. It was in Fredericksburg, Virginia, where the Freedom Riders made their very first stop on their way south. It was in Richmond, Virginia, the former capital of the Confederacy, that Dorothy Irene Height was born. She became an essential leader for civil rights, and 63 years ago, she stood on this platform as Dr. King delivered his dream for our country. And 26 years later, it was in counties across our Commonwealth that Virginians elected L. Douglas Wilder, the first Black governor in the United States of America. This history continues today because right now, in the oldest legislative body in the Western Hemisphere, Virginia has elected a record number of Black legislators. And we have elected a record number of women. Virginia has our first Black Speaker of the House, and in 2025, Virginians elected our first Black Attorney General. We elected the nation's first Muslim woman to statewide office as our Lieutenant Governor, and we elected our first woman governor. All of that happens because of voting, because of people using their voices at the ballot box. And despite all of the wonderful progress we have made, this struggle is not over. The work is not done. In just the last few years alone, the United States Supreme Court has dismantled so many of the protections provided by the Voting Rights Act. States across the country have used that opening to make it harder to vote, closing polling places, purging voter rolls, erecting new barriers where the old ones were supposed to have been torn down. And we have a president who continues to lie repeatedly, verifiably, shamelessly about the results of an election he lost. We have a president and a complicit Congress who have used those lies to justify efforts to undermine the basic machinery of American democracy and keep Americans from voting. And it is shameful because the people trying to stop their fellow Americans from voting in the same cynical project are trying to take away our health care, cut the SNAP benefits that feed hungry children, and pull dollars out of our kids' schools, all while trying to silence the voices of dissent that are most powerfully heard at the ballot box. To the Virginians here on the National Mall and to those watching at home, this November, we have the power to right a wrong in our Commonwealth. If you believe, as I do, that someone who has paid their debt to society and is working hard to create a new life deserves the dignity of having their right restored, vote yes on Virginia's constitutional amendment to ensure automatic restoration of voting rights into the future. Now, when I began speaking, I said that 6 months into my term, we had restored the rights of 66,000 eligible Virginians. Well, here is an update for you. As of 2 p.m. yesterday, my administration had restored the rights of 100,000 eligible Virginians. As we leave this place, let us view today's call to action, to organize, to vote, to believe, and even dream as our responsibility to ourselves, to our children, and to our ancestors. So let me ask you, do you believe that every person should have a voice in our democracy? Do you believe our fellow citizens deserve the dignity of being heard? Do you believe that we can create change when we unite our voices? And do you believe that our votes matter? Well then, my fellow Americans, let's vote this November and let's win.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Damon T. Hewitt, President and Executive Director of Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights Under Law.
Good afternoon. Later that year, President Kennedy was assassinated in the driveway of his own home. JFK convened leader lawyers from around the country to the White House to get into the game on civil rights. That created the organization I now lead, the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights. So in 1963, we had elected officials obstructing justice and civil rights. We had black civil rights workers and white allies in fear of our safety and our livelihoods. We had racist elements in government and in the private sector running roughshod over everything we hold dear. That was 1963. That's also right now. We are in a 1963 moment. We are having our votes suppressed, our voices suppressed. We're being gerrymandered out of existence. The question is, what are we going to do about it? My friends, we cannot just fight back. We also have to fight forward. What got us here will not get us there. At the Lawyers Committee, we fight inside and outside the courts. Litigation, advocacy, policy, working with organizers, because we need all hands on deck to push this fight forward. Here's what I want to leave you with. This election season, but round the clock, round the year, do not take your votes or your voices for granted. Use everything you have in your power to be heard. Register, make a plan, vote, use the resources like election protection and the 866 I Vote hotline for help. But keep this in mind. All the things they've been trying to do to us, some of them may feel new, some may feel familiar. But this is not the end of our story. Say it with me. This is not the end of our story. If you believe that, if you say that, and you act like you know, then we will fight and we will win. Love you.
Let us now welcome Janae Nelson, President and Director Counsel of the Legal Defense Fund.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here. Thank you for staying in this heat. We are so glad to see you. I'm Janae Nelson, President and Director Counsel of the Legal Defense Fund. We have been fighting to build a multiracial democracy brick by brick for the past 86 years since we were founded by Thurgood Marshall. Last October, I had the honor to represent Black voters from Louisiana in the Supreme Court to present their vision for an inclusive democracy that delivers for everyone. But in that case, Louisiana versus Calais, that Supreme Court rejected that vision. They rejected that vision in favor of a vision that draws Black voters out of districts, in favor of a vision that makes states that have some of the highest populations of Black people have little to no representation in the halls of power. They adopted a vision that silences Black voices and suppresses Black votes. But you know what? We're here today because we have a whole different vision. And that vision is as clear as the vision that Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. presented 63 years ago when he told us about his dream. Our vision will be real. Our vision is a democracy where we have full and fair access to the ballot, where we have economic freedom, where we have safe food and good health care and access to real jobs. Our vision is for a democracy where power is shared, dignity is sacred, and thriving is the standard for everyone. Let me tell you how we're going to make that vision real. As I want to break it down because every one of us, everyone within earshot has a job to do. We need to get real. Register to vote, but don't just get registered. Don't just check your registration. By September 15th on National Voter Registration Day, you need to make sure 10 other unregistered people are registered and prepared to vote. Engage in your elections. Go to pollworker.org and become a poll worker for this election. Go to ldf.vote and sign up to be a poll monitor. We have to engage in our elections. Democracy is not a state. As John Lewis said, democracy is an act. Agitate. Agitate. Go to your city council meeting, your school board meeting, your budget meetings, and make your peaceful presence heard. We have to show up and show out if we want to save this democracy. And finally, the last part of making our vision real is to leave no power on the table. We're not just going to vote in the upcoming midterms. We are going to vote year-round. We are going to make sure that we get our votes out. Thurgood Marshall said that this is our democracy. Make it, protect it, pass it on. Thank you.
Let us now welcome Yolanda King, Andrea Waters King, President of the Drum Major Institute, and Martin Luther King III, Chairman of the Board of the Drum Major Institute.
Good afternoon. 63 years ago, hundreds of thousands of people came to this place because they believed America would be better than America was. They marched because they had a dream, but they also marched because they had a demand. And today, 63 years later, my generation has inherited both the dream and the demand. So today, I have 3 words for my generation. Get ready, get set, and let's go. Because this is our leg of the race. This weekend, I will be moving into my college dorm. Most of my friends I grew up with, the people I went to school with, laughed with, studied with, stressed over exams with, have already moved into college campuses and started this new chapter of their lives. We are unpacking boxes, meeting roommates, finding our classrooms, trying to figure out where the dining hall is, trying to figure out who we are going to become. But while we are beginning a new chapter in our own lives, America is writing a new chapter too. And my generation has to decide what that chapter will say. Because we are not just going to college to prepare for careers. We are coming of age at a moment where we have to prepare for history. Get ready. My grandfather was 34 years old when he stood at the Lincoln Memorial in 1963 and told America about his dream. I never met him. I never met my grandmother, Coretta Scott King, but I know something they both understood. A dream without work is just a wish. The March on Washington wasn't just one speech. It wasn't just one man, and it certainly just wasn't a day. It was thousands and thousands of ordinary people deciding to do something extraordinary together. People rode buses through the night. People missed work. People risked their jobs. People risked their safety, and some risked their lives. They came because they understood something we still need to understand today. Freedom is not a spectator sport. You cannot watch democracy from the sidelines. You cannot scroll your way to justice. You cannot just repost your way to freedom. You cannot just wait for somebody else to save democracy that belongs to you. Get ready. Recently, I was listening to a podcast with my mother, and Johannes Gregory, the son of the legendary Dick Gregory, shared something his father taught him that stayed with him. He said that we have to stop thinking about freedom and justice like a 50-yard dash, or even in a 100-yard dash. This is a marathon run as a relay. Think about that. A marathon run as a relay. That means nobody is expected to run the whole race. My grandfather did it. My grandmother did it. John Lewis did it. Fannie Lou Hamer did it. Bayard Rustin did it. Dorothy Height did it. And countless people whose names we will never know did it. They ran their leg. They passed on the baton. That is how movements work. That is how democracy survives. Generation after generation, hand to hand, heart to heart, courage to courage. And now the baton is in our hands. Get set. My grandmother used to say that struggle is a never-ending process, and that freedom is never really won. You have to earn it and win it in every generation. Well, Grandma, here we are. This generation has arrived. And yes, we have all heard all the things people say about Gen Z. That we're distracted, that we're always on our phones, that our attention spans are too short, that we're too sensitive, that we're cynical, that we don't care. And I don't believe that. I think my generation cares so much that sometimes we don't know what to do with all of it. We have grown up watching school shootings in real time. We have watched children practice active shooter drills before they were old enough to spell democracy. We lived through a pandemic. We watched George Floyd call out for his mother. We have watched wars and human suffering unfold on screens we carry in our pockets. We have inherited a planet of crisis. We have seen hatred amplified by algorithms and lies travel around the world through the truth before the truth could ever be seen. And we have watched rights that generations before us fought to secure come under attack. So don't tell me my generation my generation doesn't care. We care. The question is whether we will turn that caring into courage, whether we will turn our anxiety into action, whether we will turn our outrage into organizing, whether we will turn our posts into purpose, whether we will turn our fellow followers into fellow citizens, and whether we will turn our generation into a movement. Get set, because we have work to do. We will be the generation that protects the right to vote. We will be the generation that refuses to accept gun violence as normal. We will be the generation that confronts racism, anti-Semitism, sexism, homophobia, xenophobia, Islamophobia, and every ideology that tries to convince us that some human beings matter more than others. From a young age, my parents have always taught me the power of affirmation. And so today I affirm that we will be the generation that fights poverty, not poor people. We will be the generation that chooses the planet over profit. We will be the generation that understands that democracy does not belong to solely Democrats nor Republicans, but rather democracy belongs to the people. And we will be the generation that chooses democracy over division, truth over propaganda, community over chaos, and love over hate. And when I say love, I don't mean the sentimental love, not the passive love, but rather the love that is powerful, the love that is disciplined, the love that is courageous, the love that refuses one to succumb to hatred, the love that organizes, the love that votes, the love that marches, the love that serves, and the love that shows up. Because nonviolence was never about doing nothing. Nonviolence is about refusing to surrender your humanity while fighting with everything you have for justice. And so, let us go. Go register. Go vote. Go organize. Go volunteer. Go serve. Go build. Go create. Go disrupt injustice. Go sit at tables where decisions are made. And when there isn't a seat for you, bring your own chair. And when there isn't a table, build one. And when somebody tells you that you're too young, remind them that young people have always changed the world. The students who sat at the lunch counters were young. The freedom riders were young. John Lewis was 23 years old when he spoke at the March on Washington. My grandfather was only 34. They didn't wait until someone told them they were old enough to lead. Neither will we. I do believe that we will be a great generation. But being a great generation is not something we get to declare. It is something we have to prove. We prove it by what we build. We prove it by who we protect. We prove it by whether we show up when someone else's rights are threatened. We prove it by refusing to confuse popularity with leadership. We prove it by understanding that justice is not something that we inherit. Justice is something we practice. 63 years ago, my grandfather told America, I have a dream. Today, I want my generation to say something back. We hear you. We know the dream was never finished. And we know you were never asking us to simply remember you. You were asking us to continue. So we will. We will pick up the baton. We will restore the dream when voting rights are weakened. We will restore the dream when hatred tries to divide us. We will restore the dream when children are afraid to go to school. We will restore the dream when people are treated as less than human because of their race, religion, gender, immigration status, whom they love, how much money they have, or where they were born. We will restore the dream. And when somebody tells us the problems are too big, the divisions are too deep, the system is too broken, and our generation is too young, we will tell them, watch us. Because the people who marched here 63 years ago did not just give us a finished dream, they gave us a baton. And a baton is something you do not just simply frame and hang on a wall, you run with it. So to my generation, get ready. Know your history. Know what was sacrificed for you. Know that freedom was never free. Know and get set. Find your purpose. Find your people. Find the place where your gifts meet the needs of the world. And then go. Run your leg. Run it with courage. Run it with joy. Run it with love. Run it for the people who came before you. Run it for the people running beside you. And run it for the generations we may never live to see. I'd like to close my remarks by a quote that my grandfather once said. He said, when evil people plot, good people must plan. When evil people burn and bomb, good people must build and bind. When evil people shout ugly words of hatred, good people must commit themselves to the glories of love. Where evil people would seek to perpetuate an unjust status quo, good people must seek to bring into being a real order of justice. And so, I'm here to remind you today that we will be a great generation. And let us not forget that one day, freedom will reign. May God bless.
Good afternoon. You know, as we observe this 63rd anniversary, I want to first thank all of the parents, those who are teaching our children, because a nation is judged by how it treats its most precious resource. And certainly, our children are our most precious resource. Today, we have the opportunity to know history, because the people that do not remember it are doomed to repeat the mistakes of the past. Unfortunately, we are in the midst of a disgraceful attempt by some politicians to return our nation to the days of unchecked racism, murder, selfishness, and greed. On March 31st, 1968, my father, Martin Luther King Jr., delivered his final sermon at the Washington National Cathedral, entitled Remaining Awake Through a Great Revolution. For those of you who are not familiar with that story, it's about a man named Rip Van Winkle who fell asleep for 20 years and didn't recognize what had transpired during his nap. In that message, Dad stated the real tragedy of the tale wasn't that Rip slept for 20 years. The tragedy was that he missed the opportunity to affect change in his community during a major transition from King George to President George Washington. Well, it's now 2026, and we have dictator wannabes who try to minimize with a silly focus on semantics the vital importance of our being aware or awake, if you will, to the many unjust and inhumane changes taking place now and over the last 20 years. We thank God that our ancestors repeatedly woke up building this nation. They woke up with courage and faith to speak truth to power and get into the kind of good trouble that the late John Lewis talked about, that helped to open doors for the marginalized across the country, regardless of race, age, or gender. The fact that we still have to fight to maintain and renew voting rights in this country is beyond abysmal and a truly national disgrace. If some don't change their ways, it won't be long before we all experience the discomfort of the divine judgment that God has promised. If we turn back to Him with obedience to His will, to God's will, mercy and grace can indeed protect and keep us from killing one another. Three of the major transformations the Dad prophetically spoke about in 1968 are the same concerns we face today. We have a technology revolution driven by automation. We have data centers and driverless cars, but minimal support for local farmers, church school systems, military veterans, poor neighborhoods, senior citizens, and single parents. We need to be asking, what is wrong with us? We are much better than the behavior we're exhibiting. Secondly, he said that we have a weaponry revolution that includes the ability to annihilate one another from the world. And many times over, if we fail to seek God's wisdom to lead with love. My mother, Coretta Scott King, said that nonviolence is really the only credible response to the violence that we are seeing around the world. She was right about it both then and now. We cannot forget the occasions like May 4th of 1963, when the children in Kelly Newman Park were marching down the streets of Birmingham, and Bull Connor said, turn on the hoses to the firemen. And the only thing that came out were drips of water. That was God's divine intervention. And when those children left, the fire hoses were restored, which was knocking people all over the ground. Nothing less than the power of God in answered prayer. The third comparison the Dad made in his sermon was that Rip Van Winkle slept through a nationwide freedom explosion. In 1863, President Abraham Lincoln was pressured into signing the Emancipation Proclamation. However, it took the great state of Texas over 2 years to enact that legislation and abide by the law. Therefore, it is imperative that we keep celebrating Juneteenth and teaching our rich pre- and post-slavery history worldwide. Our challenge is that no matter how hard some may try to reverse the political process, we must remain diligent and politically involved on a variety of levels. Voting is our reasonable service and appreciation for the sacrifice of community and political servant leaders. Regardless of our party affiliation, we must vote for those with strong moral character and leadership ability. You see, it only takes Dad, showed us, and Mom, a few good human beings to bring about change. All of the marches and demonstrations were not massive like the March on Washington in 1963. It was just a few dedicated foot soldiers and men and women who marched and put their lives on the line so that we would have some of the rights we have today, although it feels like the clock is being turned back. In this age of unlimited communications, imagine if we put down the phone for just a minute and politely go out and talk to our neighbors without getting all up in the business. We need to look out for one another the way our grandparents used to do back in the day. Too many of us have been and are being murdered or going missing in broad daylight. And it's not just in the South, by the way. Now is the time to urgently employ godly wisdom, situational awareness, and common sense while trusting our Creator to speak to our hearts. This is the season to reject the spirit of anxiety and fear by personally becoming and teaching our children to daily become engaged. There were three major revolutions taking place in 1968. And there were three challenges that Dad espoused during that sermon. The first was the need to adopt a worldview. As much as some of us are caught up in materialism, classism, feeling perhaps a little bit too special because we live in gated communities, it's always a mistake to forget that but for the grace of God, there go I. All of humanity indeed is tied in a single garment of destiny, and karma regarding how we treat one another, including the humanity of immigrants, is real. There's a saying, the chickens have so-called come to roost from time to time on one occasion or another, because of the seeds that America has sown around the world.
Well, you know that.
But to walk humbly before God, to show the kind of wisdom and love for humanity that would cause God to be pleased with all of us. The second thing Dad called for was an end of racism and poverty. Over 63 years ago, yet here we are in 2026, fighting the same calculated plan to economically disadvantage black and brown people educationally. Excuse me? Limit the sharing of our rich pre- and post-history.
Are you coming?
Address the persistent home training of young children, because some of them are becoming future racists based on fear and a false sense of superiority. I won't bother here to fully address it all, but address the madness of those who are so full of low self-esteem that they have a kind of coon alert put on them. The final challenge that Dad put forth in the sermon is the need for us to reject inevitability. The future may not look bright at this particular moment, but we don't have to worry if we have personal relationship with God. Don't worry, certainly we have to pray. We have to watch, pray, and act, in fact, and that's what this is about. Not just watching and praying, but acting. So, human progress, Dad said, does not roll in on the wheels of inevitability. It requires the tireless work of dedicated people of all races, willing to stand up for justice. Like Medgar Evers did, like Malcolm X did, like Julian Bond did, like so many other nameless individuals did. Dad used to call them foot soldiers. Reverend C.T. Vivian got knocked to the ground for refusing voting rights. But he immediately got back up and said, we're going to register today because this is our God-given right. Fannie Lou Hamer used to talk about she was sick and tired of being sick and tired. And so many of us may be that. But she never gave up. And many congresspersons, the late, great Shirley Chisholm, Congresswoman today, Auntie some call her Maxine Waters. Many courageous people. Al Green, who's leaving Congress, epitomizes courage every day. And many other fearless and elected appointed officials. Claudette Colvin, don't know if you remember the name, but Claudette Colvin refused to give up her seat on the Alabama bus at 15 years old because she said history had glued her to the seat. This courageous young girl was arrested and labeled a juvenile delinquent several months before Rosa Parks was arrested. Just brilliant when you think about it. In 1967, my father asked a question in his last book, where do we go from here, chaos or community? Dad told us that the ultimate measure of a man and a woman was not where you stand in times of comfort and convenience, but where you stand in times of challenge and controversy. On some questions, cowardice asks, is a position safe? Expediency asks, is a position politics? Vanity asks, is a position popular? But that's something that embedded deep in our souls asks, is a position right? We must take those positions that may not be safe, that may not be popular, that may not be political. But God knows we must take them because our consciences are telling them they're right.
we still have to refuse hatred and violence in favor of what he called the high plane of dignity and discipline. We must meet potential physical violence with the more powerful spiritual force. Then we got to rake out those triple evils of poverty, racism, and violence. I never thought I'd live in a time where companies and a human being had accumulated over $1 trillion. And yet not one of them has said we're going to dedicate some of these $1 trillion to wipe out poverty. We could, if we chose to, wipe it out tomorrow. But the nation is not choosing that. We have to stand up and demand the things that are good, just, and right for all people. So I say to you in closing, and as I close, I got to recognize my classmate who has done so much in the film and television industry over the years. My classmate from Morehouse College of 1979, Brother Spike Lee. I got to say, I always good to see Brother Spike Lee. But I say to you, don't get tired. I know we are tired. I know we are beat down. I know we don't know what else to say or do, but I am no ways tired. Why? Because we come much too far from where we started. You see, no one ever told any of us that our roads would be easy. But what I know is our God did not bring any of us this far to leave us. Thank you, and God bless you.
Let us now welcome the president and founder of National Action Network, the Reverend Dr. Al Sharpton.
No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. All right. Let me say that as we have gathered here today, by the thousands, I'm looking all under the trees, and all of you that have come, many far, some near. 10 buses left Houston, Texas. Many from other states. I don't want to get the roll call. But we come 63 years later because it is clear to us that in 63, when they came to this spot, they came because there was segregation. They came because there was denial of human equality. They came because we could not vote. Because they gathered nationally in 63. We went back to the South. We went back in the northern areas, and we organized. And what we must do today with all the thousands that is here, go back, and we're going on a tour together to organize. We must turn this country upside down with those elected officials that are taking for us the right to vote. The Cater decision by the Supreme Court shot a bullet in the heart of voting rights. But they don't understand we're not going back. We will not let them turn back the hand of time. They can turn back the clock, but they can't turn back time. And if we go and organize and go home like they did August 28, 1963, and organize, we can put a handicap on the most biased, bigoted presidency that we've seen in a long time. Let me be clear. 3 things we march for today. Voting rights, which has been stripped. Affordable health care, which has expired. And we fight for diversity, equity, and inclusion, where we must be considered at the workplace and in the executive hall and in government agencies. So I encourage you to stay online with us so we can lay out where we're going and how we're going.
We're going to march to the Martin Luther King Memorial, but I've invited some special guests that's going to speak to us, and then we're going to march. Let me say that if there are those that are of another persuasion watching, don't pervert the dream, because after you dream, you wake up. And you confuse those of us that have dreamed the dream with being woke. We're woke with the dream. Don't apologize for being woke. Apologize for dreaming and staying in the bed. Apologize for dreaming and laying there acting like you are all of that. We are woke because we woke up with a dream in mind, and we're in Washington, D.C. to proclaim the dream is still alive. Lastly, someone said to me, Reverend Al, y'all are going to have it at Lincoln Memorial? I said, yes, we're going to have it where Dr. King and others stood. They said, but they are changing and they're doing things to the reflection pool. I said, well, that to me is equal to what is happening in the White House. They're trying to find something wrong with our reflections. They don't want us to reflect. That's why they're taking Black history out of schools. They don't want us to reflect. That's why they're taking our names and pictures down at the Pentagon. They don't want us to reflect, because they don't want us to see that despite slavery and economic exploitation and segregation, we rose and became president of the United States. They don't want us to reflect. Ain't nothing wrong with that pool. You got the wrong people working on the pool. And we got the wrong people working on reflections. We reflect today freedom fighters. We reflect today color barriers. We reflect today at the reflection pool that we didn't win a bid. We won a mission, and we gonna stand up and not fight back. Let me bring first a man that has fought this fight, who has stood for progressive politics when it wasn't popular. In 1984, he supported Jesse Jackson for president. And now he is one of the key figures in American political life. He wanted to be here with us, and I wanted him to have words for us from the state of Vermont, Senator Bernie Sanders.
Let me thank Reverend Sharpton and the National Action Network for organizing this event, for allowing me to say a few words to you. And let me thank all of you for being here in this very dangerous moment in American history. 63 years ago, 250,000 Americans descended upon this very location for what is now recognized as one of the most significant events in the modern history of our country. The March on Washington for Jobs and Freedom. As a young man, young college student, at that time, I had the fortune to get on a bus from the University of Chicago to attend that event and experience a day that I have never forgotten and which has had a lasting impact on my life. And when we think back upon that extraordinary day, it is important that we remember not only Dr. King's unforgettable "I Have a Dream" speech, but we also remember the context in which that speech took place. We must never forget the extraordinary courage of the people who marched, who organized, who went to jail, who faced dogs and fire hoses, who risked their lives and in far too many cases gave their lives to secure a more just and equitable America. Because of that movement, segregation was dismantled. The Civil Rights Act was passed. The Voting Rights Act was passed. The Fair Housing Act was passed. Millions of Americans gained rights and freedoms that had been denied to them solely because of the color of their skin. Tragically, that dream of a more just and equitable society has never been under greater threat than it is right now. Today, we have a president who, along with the Supreme Court members he appointed, is carrying out the most significant assault on voting rights since segregation, targeting virtually every aspect of the electoral system. He is seeking to purge voter rolls and obtain sensitive voter data, restrict mail-in votes and early voting, redraw congressional districts for partisan advantage, and deploy federal agents around polling places. He has undermined faith in American elections by falsely claiming that he won the 2020 election, and he goes around the country claiming that there are hundreds of thousands of undocumented immigrants who vote in our elections, which is an absolute lie. Bottom line, Donald Trump is an authoritarian who is deliberately trying to destroy faith in American democracy, create confusion, sow mistrust in our elections, and make it harder for Americans to vote. But Dr. King's dream is under threat in other ways as well. Dr. King understood that political freedom and economic freedom are inseparable. And that is why the March on Washington was not simply a march for voting rights, as enormously important as that was. It was the March on Washington for jobs and freedom. As Dr. King, a strong ally of the trade union movement, famously said, quote, "What good is having the right to sit at a lunch counter if you can't afford to buy a hamburger?" And let us never, ever forget, Dr. King was assassinated in 1968 while he was in Memphis, Tennessee, standing with exploited sanitation workers who were attempting to organize a union. Let us be clear. It's not only voting rights that are under assault today. That part of Dr. King's dream, the dream of genuine economic freedom, is also under unprecedented attack. Today, we have more income and wealth inequality than at any moment in American history. Today, 60% of our people live paycheck to paycheck, struggling to afford groceries, healthcare, housing, education, and the very basic necessities of life. And while this economic crisis impacts all of our people, all races, creeds, and people in every corner of our country, it continues to disproportionately affect the Black community. Black Americans continue to face higher rates of poverty, shorter life expectancy, lower rates of home ownership, greater exposure to environmental hazards, and enormous disparities in access to capital and economic opportunities. Trump's devastating cuts to healthcare, education, Head Start, and other programs have only made a very bad situation even worse. My friends, 63 years ago, Dr. King stood at this location and inspired all Americans, people of every color, every religion, every background, to stand together in the struggle for racial and economic justice. And as you all well know, the message he delivered back in 1963 is as true today as it was back then. Yes, black and white, Latino and Asian, people of all races, religions, and backgrounds must come together now in the fight for justice. We must never accept an economy in which so few have so much while so many have so little. An economy in where one man now owns more wealth than the bottom 50% of American households. Billionaires must start paying their fair share of taxes. We must never accept a corrupt campaign finance system which allows wealthy campaign contributors to undermine our democracy and buy elections. We must get rid of that disastrous Supreme Court decision, Citizens United. We must get super PACs out of the political process. We must move to public funding of elections. Brothers and sisters, we must never accept a system in which millions of workers continue to earn starvation wages and are denied the right to join unions. We must raise the minimum wage to a living wage at least $20 an hour. And we must pass the PRO Act, making it easier for workers to join unions. We must never accept a healthcare system designed to make huge profits for the insurance companies and the pharmaceutical industry. Healthcare is a human right. We must join every other major country on earth and guarantee health care to every man, woman, and child through a Medicare for all single-payer program. We must never accept a situation in which a handful of big tech oligarchs push their AI agenda down the throats of the American people, threatening billions of our jobs, our privacy rights, the mental health of our children, and the very future of humanity. AI and robotics must work for all of us, not just some of the richest people on earth. We must never accept a situation in which a handful of fossil fuel executives are putting the very future of the planet at stake for their own short-term profits. We must create millions of good-paying jobs by transforming our energy system away from fossil fuel and toward energy efficiency and sustainable energies. Brothers and sisters, the people who marched on Washington in 1963 understood real change does not come from the top on down, it comes from the bottom on up. It comes when ordinary people organize. It comes when black and white, Latino, Asian American, Native American, and immigrant communities stand together. The March on Washington and the movement behind it changed the course of American history. And now it is our turn. Let us go forward together. Thank you all very much.
let me bring to the stage a sister beloved who has stood up on these issues. She's shown up where she was needed and spoke out on what needed to be said, whether it was at the Neely funeral in Harlem, whether it was remembering Miss Colvin, who many forgot, that was the first to be arrested for sitting in the front of a bus, as Martin said. She was there, and she has openly been there for all of the issues we're concerned about. May I bring to you, I know people, I was Shirley Chisholm's youth director at 17, and she had the same fire and vigor in this young sister beloved of mine, Congresswoman from New York City, Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
Good afternoon, everyone. How are we doing today? My name is Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and I am so honored to be here today. 63 years ago, hundreds of thousands of Americans gathered right here and changed the course of our nation's history. But what made that day possible began long before anyone arrived in Washington. Before postal workers, professors, domestics, and organizers gathered here, they started to build something together at home. Before a movement changed the law, it organized to build power. And before America could realize a new vision of freedom, the people had to first imagine it and refuse to let it go. That took a particular kind of prophetic genius, the moral clarity to know what we, the people, deserve, the vision to see what America can become, and the strategy to bring it all together. That prophetic genius was everywhere in the movement that built this march. Bayard Rustin, Ella Baker, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., Dorothy Height, and one of my personal heroes, A. Philip Randolph. You see, A. Philip Randolph understood something radical, that Black freedom, civil freedom, and all of our full freedom requires economic freedom. Because if we cannot exercise our most basic rights, a shelter to grow a family in, food to sustain our lives, and an education with which to flourish, then it is no freedom at all. It is tyranny. Randolph taught that racial injustice wasn't only enforced through civil segregation. It was enforced through an economy that depended on Black labor while denying Black workers their fair share. Randolph organized the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters against one of the most powerful corporations in the United States. And by 1963, Randolph and so many others had brought hundreds of thousands of people to Washington to demand that America finally deliver on its promise of freedom. He put it plainly, freedom is never granted, it is won. Justice is never given, it is exacted. Brothers and sisters, these drum majors for justice, just as you all and countless others today, were not handed a movement. They have always had to build one. And when they came here 63 years ago, they came with demands. They demanded the right to vote, an end to segregation, and fair housing. They demanded a federal jobs program, a high minimum wage, and an end to discrimination in employment. Because together, Those words carried a profound idea. The March on Washington for Jobs and Freedom. That freedom is both political and economic. And that movement changed what was possible in this country. We got the Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act. And that is what paved the way for Head Start, Medicare, Medicaid, and food assistance. Because the civil rights movement is the foundation for a great society, a new era of social and economic progress. That was an extraordinary achievement, and we are living in the legacy of it today. But their vision went further than their victories. Because America may have agreed to open the lunch counter, but it never committed to us affording the meal. And that is our work today, as we defend the foundation that our foremothers and our forefathers built. You see, they gave us a piece of the freedom, but 63 years later, we are still fighting to afford it. America is wealthier today than it has ever been, and yet millions of Americans work every day to struggle to afford the basics. This is not simply an economic failure. It is a moral and structural one, and we must refuse to accept it. So let's be clear about the country that we are fighting for. We, the people, demand full, protected, and restored voting rights in the United States of America. We, the people, know that means we must respond to the arsonists redistricting the South with an organizing, legislative, and civil strategy of our own to dismantle their injustice and liberate the potential of our full civil liberties in all 50 states of the United States of America. We, the people, demand guaranteed health care for every American as a right and not a privilege. We, the people of the United States of America, demand that one job with no need for overtime should be enough for our most basic needs, which also include rest. And we must recognize that that can only happen in an economy where Black women are not the first to be pushed out and the last to be brought back in. There is nothing new about these demands. They belong to the same fight and the same heritage that many gathered here 63 years ago. And we are not alone. Just as it was then, our ability to win depends on our ability to vote. Republicans know this. That is why the Supreme Court's decision to weaken the Voting Rights Act matters so much. Because they know that when Black Americans exercise their full political power, we unlock progress for all of America. And that is what they are trying to hold back. But there is a tide rising in this country, brothers and sisters. They can put obstacles in our path, but they cannot turn us back around. And this November, the first of many tides is coming to respond to every right they are trying to take. And it is coming to fulfill the promise that hundreds of thousands of heroes carried to these grounds 6 decades ago. It is now our turn to summon that collective genius, to look beyond the limits of this one moment and to see further, to demand more, and to organize toward the future we know is possible. The tide is coming, and this time we intend to win it all.
Let me bring, we're winding down. Are you ready to march? Are you ready to march? All right, let me bring to the stage someone that not only today wouldn't have happened without a the movement for progressive political empowerment, labor rights, would not have happened to the degree it did, and the degree it continues to be, without the president of the American Federation of Teachers, Sister Randi Weingarten.
May I thank you, Reverend. Are we ready to march? So I'm honored to be here today, as the AFT was 63 years ago at the March for Justice and Freedom. In 63, we fought for jobs and freedom. We fought for the vote for all. But now, 63 years later, as so many speakers before me have said, we are fighting to defend the vote, because the vote is a basic human right, because the vote is how we make democracy work, because the vote is how we make sure that the economy works for working people. Are you with me? Voting is a vehicle for strengthening public schools. Voting is a vehicle for workers getting a break. Voting is a vehicle for us getting decent health care, for us having pensions, for one job being enough. Voting is the vehicle for freedom. The freedom to provide what our families need. The freedom to go to college without crushing debt. The freedom to have our aspirations expanded, not denied. So this is my question, as the time is late and I'm cutting my speech short. A lot of people don't think their vote will change anything. They don't see democracy working for them. Imagine if our forefathers and foremothers said nothing was going to change. Imagine if they didn't fight Jim Crow. Imagine if they didn't fight slavery. Imagine if they didn't fight for a better life. We have to be evangelists for our communities, for voting, for people in our lives. The people in our lives, their dreams matter. They matter. We are not powerless. But this is the point, my friends. We have to vote. We have to get out the vote, and we have to protect the vote. And we have to vote in such massive, overwhelming numbers that the results are clear and convincing, and no one can steal it from us. So, are we going to vote? Are we going to achieve Reverend King's unfinished dreams? Are we going to achieve our dreams? Are we going to vote so it is the people, not the powerful, who enjoy the bounty of America? Thank you.
Let us hear the Attorney General of Black America, Attorney Ben Crump.
I'm Ben Crump, along with James Carter, President of the National Bar Association, representing the largest association of black lawyers and judges in America and beyond. And it's all of us lawyers standing in tradition of Thurgood Marshall as we remember on this day, 71 years ago, that Emmett Till went missing. And then later we found that he was kidnapped and he was lynched. And now in 2026, we're still fighting in Mississippi for truth and transparency and equal justice under the law for Nolan Xavier Wells. We have to vote for Nolan because he was 18 years old and he never got an opportunity to vote. We have to vote for George Floyd and Breonna Taylor and Trayvon Martin and Ahmaud Arbery. So when I say George Floyd, I want you to say vote. George Floyd. When I say Breonna Taylor, I want you to say vote. Breonna Taylor. When I say Trayvon Martin, I want you to say vote. Trayvon Martin. When I say Ahmaud Arbery, I want you to say vote. Ahmaud Arbery. And when I say Nolan Xavier Wells, I want you to say vote. Nolan Xavier Wells. I rest my case. Y'all, let's go vote like our children's lives depend on it. Thank you, Reverend Al Sharpton.
Let me bring to our closing speakers the chairman of the board of the National Action Network and the head of the Conference of National Black Religious Organizations and Pastors Grace Baptist Church, Reverend Dr. W. Franklin Richardson. He'll be joined by the co-chair, attorney who has been a fighting activist and policy expert all of her life. They will bring on the last four speakers and we will begin lining up and marching. Dr. W. Franklin Richardson and attorney Jennifer Jones Austin.
I want to thank our president. Let's celebrate Al Sharpton. Come on. He's made great sacrifices for us to be here and called us together. Let me say to you that we are thankful for the support that you've given on behalf of the National Action Board and the various chapters across America. I want to present to you at this time the Honorable Camille Joseph, who is the National Action Board member and also a part of the corporate leadership that joins us. Ms. Joseph.
Thank you so much and good afternoon, everyone. I am a proud board member of the National Action Network, proud to be here. And I'll make this very quick because I know we're all ready to march. This week I had the honor of visiting my great-grandmother's farm. My great-grandmother was a single woman who raised over 10 children. She understood the power of having land, but she instilled in all of us the power of understanding your rights, economic opportunity, and bolstering healthcare. And now, 63 years later, her daughter's on stage at the very march she watched from her living room, thinking through what our country would look like. There's a lot of work to be done, a lot of things still yet ahead of us. But one thing I know, when my great-grandmother looked at the screen, she felt inspired by the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. The same way I'm inspired by the work of the Reverend Al Sharpton and the National Action Network. I am proud that in our generation we can look to such keen leadership to think through the needs that we have as a community, and that the work continues in the spirit and the vision of Dr. Martin Luther King, his family. I am eternally grateful to represent the board and be part of such a powerful organization. Thank you.
I'm calling now for the last two speakers. Please give us your attention. Honorable Mark Chiano, who is the United States Representative of California 39th Congressional District, and Ken Martin, Chairman of the Democratic National Committee. They will follow each other.
Good afternoon, good troublemakers. Good afternoon. I'm Mark Chiano. I'm chair of the Congressional Equality Caucus and first vice chair of the Congressional Asian Pacific American Caucus. We're not here simply to remember history. We're here because the work that began 63 years ago is unfinished. We're here because the battles we thought that had long been settled have resurfaced. Birthright citizenship is under attack. Americans feel the need to carry a passport to prove they belong. Fascists are using their power to intimidate Americans into silence. And these are not echoes of some distant past. They are the reality of this moment. And this moment is an awakening that norms will not protect us. Every generation must take up the work of renewing and perfecting the idea of America so that America lives up to its promise. There are those that would have us believe America is about blood and soil, replacing America's founding principles with a narrow definition of who belongs and who does not. that being American is about how many generations your family has lived here, where your parents were born, and what you look like. But that is not the America generations of people have struggled, marched, bled, and died for. And what is the idea of America? The idea of America is that all of us are created equal, that government derives its power from the people, that every person deserves liberty and justice, and that being an American is not determined by your race, your religion, or where your parents came from, or who you love. The work of renewing and perfecting the idea of America does not happen on its own. People had to fight for it. John Lewis fought for that idea. At 23 years old, he stood right here in 1963 and demanded that America live up to its promise. 2 years later on the Edmund Pettus Bridge, police beat him for demanding the right to vote. He knew what awaited him on the other side of that bridge, yet he crossed it anyway because America was worth fighting for. Wong Kim Ark fought for the very same idea. Born in San Francisco to immigrant parents, he challenged the government when it tried to deny him entry into his own country. In 1898, he took his fight to the Supreme Court and won. If you are born here, you are an American, period. More than a century later, we're fighting that battle again because America is worth fighting for. My own family fought for that idea, and during World War II, my great-uncle Monso served in the 442nd Regimental Combat Team, fighting and bleeding alongside other segregated units like the Buffalo Soldiers and Tuskegee Airmen. He fought for the United States while my parents and grandparents were among the 120,000 Japanese Americans incarcerated by their own government. Think about that contradiction. A country that questioned their loyalty and took away their freedom, and still Japanese American soldiers fought and died for an America that had not yet lived up to its promise. The motto of the 442nd was simple: go for broke. Say it with me, go for broke. Risk everything, give everything, and they did. Today we are being called for our own go for broke moment to fight for the character of our country. Let's all go for broke, let's march, and let's bring America back on track.
The National Park Service has been very helpful, and we've got to close this meeting. Therefore, I'm calling for 1 minute of person. And we're going to ask the Democratic President, Chairman, to come, and followed by
Thank you, everybody. Thank you to Reverend Sharpen and to Martin Luther King III for your leadership. It is an honor to stand with all of you in this hallowed ground today, 63 years to the day since Dr. Martin Luther King summoned America to live up to its highest ideals. Why does I Have a Dream still stir our hearts 63 years later? Because it wasn't simply a dream. It was a challenge, a demand, a call to action. Dr. King reminded us that America is not a finished product. America is a promise every generation is called upon to redeem. The work of building a more perfect union is never finished, and the responsibility for carrying that work forward belongs to all of us. But for 63 years, there have been politicians, and we know who they are, who quote Dr. King's words while working to dismantle everything he fought for. They talk about judging people by the content of their character while trafficking in hateful rhetoric and pushing harmful policies. They praise the civil rights movement while attacking the very rights that the movement won. And they have gone after the twin pillars of our democracy, voting rights and civil rights. They have made it harder for people to get ahead, of course. So when we see attempts to roll back the Voting Rights Act, what do? Organize. We register voters. We protect the votes. They did not march so we could stand still. They did not sacrifice so we could sit on the sidelines while the rights they want are taken away. So even when we are tired, we keep going. When the road is hard, we keep marching. When they try to divide us, we come together. And when they tell us to give up, we tell them not today, not tomorrow, not ever. Keep organizing, keep fighting. Let's win in 67 days and let's change this country for the better. Thank you so much.
Let us now welcome Brittany Packnett Cunningham and Bishop Leah Daughtry.
I come to you today representing America's 73 million children
My name is Brittany Packnett Cunningham, and I come on behalf of the Children's Defense Fund, forged 53 years ago out of the faith of our founder, Marion Wright Edelman, and the fire of Mississippi Freedom Summer. And I need you to hear me. It's Freedom Summer again. They are trying to bury our votes, our inheritance. So I say it is Freedom Summer again. The prophet Isaiah told us, and a little child shall lead them. Not the small men in marble buildings, small men who have never met a child they couldn't cut, a school they couldn't shutter, a ballot they couldn't block, small men who put their names on brass plates and their hands on Bibles and then never read them. A child shall lead them. But this country has it backwards. This country wants to lead the children instead of being led by them. Be led by men who've never missed a meal, leading a child into hunger. White-collar criminals who've never been stopped and frisked, leading a child into a prison cell. Men who gut the lunch line and gild the ceiling. Men who won't put $1 in a library but can find $1 billion for lockup, and they have the audacity to call that freedom. That's not freedom, that's fraud, and it's dressed up in a flag. So hear me. We are here to flip the script, to let a child lead us. Let a child lead us back to the polls. Let a child lead us back to the register, the rally, and the ballot box. When you are protecting the vote, you're not protecting a party, you are protecting a promise. Vote for your children, vote with your children. Vote because your children are watching. We're not here to whisper, we came to witness and to work. A child shall lead us, not the cowards, not the cynics. A child shall lead us, and we are going to follow them all the way to freedom. Let's go get free.
We are getting ready to line up. Some of you are moving over. We're going to have a benediction. But Attorney Jennifer Jones Austin, will you come forward? I didn't hear you say nothing today. That's the vice chairman. And she's telling me we got to get out of here, but I want y'all to give her another hand, our vice chair. We got to go. Bishop Leah Daughtry will give us a blessing, then let us line up to our right.
As we prepare to march, let us pray. God of Exodus and Isaiah, God who called us out of bondage and called us to be repairers of the breach. We thank you for this day, for this mall, for these feet that have carried us here just as they carried our mothers and our fathers 63 years ago. Lord, the courts have moved against us. Section 2 has been wounded. Our votes have been challenged. Our rights have been trodden. Our humanity has been questioned. But Lord, you did not raise up a movement to depend on 9 votes in a marble building. You raised up a people. And so we do not send these marchers out in mourning. We send them out in commission to serve the least, the last and the lost, the left out, the locked out, and the left behind, to be their voice, to be their hope, to be their strength, to be their light, to fight for them with conviction and compassion, for them and for ourselves, for the work that must be done, for the bridges that must be built, for the children who must be saved, for the sick who must be healed, for the last who must be first. We march, not to complain, but to contend. We march, not to remember democracy, but to defend it. We march, and we shall be called repairers of the breach, restorers of streets in which to dwell. In the name of every ancestor who marched before us, and the God who marched with them, and who marches with us today, we decree and we declare that it is so. And all the people of God say, amen.
Oh, my bad. Oh, we do that. it will be better. Alright, so they're ready to march. How many percent of church I got? I don't know the percentage. So back when the kick at station here, but not to cut. Okay. So we're going to do
Gentlemen, we'd like to reiterate the lineup for the march. Please line up to the right of the stage, my right, your left, onto Daniel French Drive. Let us march. Again, please line up to the right of the stage, my right, your left, onto Daniel French Drive. Let us march.
Okay. So this thing gonna be very demanding. Because it is standing a long time. And now we're gonna walk for 1 mile. We are going to walk for 1 mile. That's very demanding.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we would like to reiterate, we're asking you to please line up to the right of the stage, my right, your left, onto Daniel French Drive. Let us march. Please line up to the right of the stage, my right, your left, onto Daniel French Drive. Let us march.
Oh, the shuckles again. There you go. Oh, this one got tight. The shuckles again.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to remind you again, we're asking you
Oh, the shuckles again.
to the right of the stage, my right, your left, onto Daniel French Drive. Please line up to the right of the stage, my right, your left, onto Daniel French Drive. Let us march.
Oh, the shuckles again. Oh,
power of the people don't stop. Say what? What democracy looks like. Tell me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Tell me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. You holding the line. I like my name in front of my face.
really hard to hold hands.
Everyone is welcome here. Everyone is welcome here. Everyone is welcome here. Everyone is welcome here. Everyone is welcome here.
I'm not. I was not there.
I wasn't born in
Always a little bit. Always. You don't do that. All right, the people shows up. The people shows up in the street of DC. In the street of DC, the people shows up. So let's see this is dressed up like kids. All right, we do have some agitators. This is a group of agitators right there. All in Spike Lee.
Everyone take a step there. Left side, take a step down. Hey.
Because of the kids. So. Okay. This That's a group of people. Yeah, you know, this is not subject to. Let's get it today. To the park.
This is what democracy looks like. What democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like.
Yeah. Yeah, good point. They put these eyes. Yeah. I don't know. It's a good thing to find out. Oh, sorry. Excuse me. Sorry. Yeah, sorry. Okay. Sorry. Yeah, that's fine. Right. I need this spot to just rest my back. Then don't fall. I need some rest. Okay. I need to rest a little bit. Put this thing down. Got to put this thing down. I need to put this thing down. I need to rest.
You're gonna have some good ones over there.
Okay, here's my everybody. Alright, good.
Because somebody she way back over there with the water for.
Okay. Alright. I gotta go. Thank you. Cake. This is good. No problem, sir. I need to take some pictures of the pool. Oh. It's almost like dangerous. It's almost like you can see on the tree.
I'm guessing like you said.
Oh, you leaving?
Let me try. One, let me take another one for you.
What you doing over here? You live streaming? What you got going on?
A little bit of YouTube.
Okay, just a YouTube channel.
Yeah. It's Jerry Dumas. It's Jerry.
Jerry Dumas?
Yes, Jerry Dumas. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Radio always.
Yeah, radio. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Okay, so what is in the program? What is in the program now? No more programming? Nothing in the program? What's next? Alright, let's. I got two kind of stuff. Okay, so kind of basically a big park. It's big enough, right? Oh, those guys are the best. They are the best. They're the best. They just take your race right there. I have to check the time. Checking the time. Checking on the time. Those guys are the best. Time to sit up. Where? Oh, feel good. It feel good to sit somewhere. It feels good to sit down. Get some water. Mira, dice francés. Depuis 3 heures matin, on s'est cherché le temps de ça. This is boiling water. Like that. No, this one should be better. This one should be better. Right. Okay. This is where I sat. Laughing. Basically, yeah, we've done that. Martin Luther King Jr. Memorial. The Martin Luther King Jr. Memorial. So it goes all the way down with the fountain and other stuff. And basically, that's it. Okay. Let me just do that. Thank you, my charge. Charge. Okay, so okay, basically, so that's the end of the party. I'm just gonna take some pictures. I'm gonna take a lot of pictures.
You got it. Thank you so much. It's beautiful, Simon. It's beautiful work.
And better monter. Oh, désolé.
Things like that. I got finished talking to a guy from Arizona.
Thank you. That's the one. Yes.
Mountain of despair, the stone of hope.
All right, here we go. All right.
Okay, basically that's where the match ended. I thought there would be a program, but there was no program at the MLK. At the MLK. So basically, sorry. Basically, said. Her name is Ala. Hi, your name is Al, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. We're on the same bus from Jersey.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, wonderful.
So-
I was waiting on a young lady. She said that she wanted me to wait for her.
Oh,
I
okay.
kind of sit right here near the gate.
Yeah.
But you know, I've been waiting for her.
Yeah.
I looked around and I don't see her. And this is a relatively small space right here.
Yeah.
So I will make my way back.
To the
Get
bus.
back. Yeah. I know you said 4:30.
Yeah, 4:30. It's 2:48.
2:40. For what time?
2:48. 2:50.
Okay. All right. I mean, if I get there earlier.
Yeah, you'll be better.
Yeah.
So I heard you said you've been through a lot of those match, right? Do you mind if we talk a little bit? All right. Do you mind if we talk live on YouTube? No.
Of course, I don't think I will.
Okay. Because I'm a member of the press.
Oh, yes.
I have a radio show.
Yeah, I can look forward to it. As a matter of fact, I came here when there was nothing was finished. I've been coming to marches because I just think that's something that I need to do.
Oh, okay. So, do you remember the year we started marching?
Who started?
Marching. The year. Your first march. You remember the first march you went to? And what year?
God, I've been marching. No, I don't remember.
Okay.
But I know that I went to the 50th march here, and then there have been maybe 4 or 5 marches that I supported Reverend Alton, Reverend Sharpton. You know, and also I have gone to a lot of, gone to Memphis, few other places.
A few other places.
Yeah, in order, you know, to try to maintain a fight for what is humanly owed to us, you know, as human beings.
Yeah.
And so I have been an activist all of my life. I mean, there is no certain side except the right side for me. That's the side that I'm on. And I do that. I never shied away from engagement, social engagement. I don't worry about any risks.
Thank you.
Or anything like that. It just never came to me. I always felt that
You see how I'm walking?
how can I say it?
You want to just stay right there, or?
By my God, you know, this is something that I must do. I've been an activist. I'm retired military.
Okay.
An activist in the military.
Wow.
And of course, you know, when you are an activist, one of the things you have to understand about being an activist, the world, or at least the powers to be, they're not always in support. They're not. But I say it like this, is that my God said to me that, you know, if you do as I ask of you, I will take care of you. And that's been my experience. And I go back to the point of saying that, therefore, I'm not concerned about what others may think. I just want to make sure between me and my God that I am doing the right thing.
Okay.
So anything that falls out other than, well, because of my doing, which is hopefully the right thing, because that's what I aspire to do, and, you know, I'm prepared for it mentally, whatever it comes.
All right. So, did you experience any racism into the military?
Oh, yeah, yes, I experienced racism in the military. It's so interesting you just asked me about that, because I tell you that, okay, the military is not as free from racism as it is advertised to be. But on the other hand, me coming from Georgia, and I grew up in the 50s, and I get to that a little bit. As a matter of fact, I think it was kind of significant. When the first year that I started school was the year where they found out that, you know, fair, separate but equal is being, it was not a fair doctrine.
Okay. It was a board from education. I forgot the name. I forgot the L. Yes.
And now, what is interesting to me is that, like, for instance, 1954. That's the year that I started school.
Okay.
Yeah. And so I completed my first grade of school, and it was in the summer of 1955, as some people have just said, is when they killed Emmett Till.
Yes.
In other words, I was out, had completed first grade, getting ready to go back in September for second grade. But one of the things that I remembered during that time was when Emmett Till was killed, how I was so afraid as a kid at night, because they had killed him. And it was just, it just bore the soul out. And I think, as a matter of fact, I'm sure that it was always, although I was scared at the time, but I always said that I wanted to make sure that I was out there paying the price to make things better. This boy paid the price. He paid the price. And so I thought I owed somebody something for that. And I've pretty much been active since. In the military, I wasn't always popular in school, positions now too. But the position that I always take is something that I can live with, you know. And I don't do things to be seen or anything like that. It's a covenant between me and my God. And that's what
Okay. I have to ask you. Did you see sign that said separate? Did you see
superior?
Yeah, no, separate, like for white and like segregation sign.
Oh, there was. Oh, absolutely. Of course. Oh, yes. Color water fountain.
Yes.
Yeah, just like in South Africa or whatever. Yeah. You know, apartheid. That's what it was in the South of apartheid. You know, color lunchroom here for colored only. You know, they typically at a business facility, they had 2 bathrooms for the white, one for the woman, one for the man. Black, one used the same thing, and it wasn't or anything like that. Okay. Oh, absolutely. I'm a product of that system.
You are living person that live there because
I am absolutely a
because it's hard for the youth, even though it's hard for me to apprehend understand to understand.
All I see is out of 3 Trump supporters are just what? 1 out of 3 Trump supporters are just as stupid as the other 2. Okay. Yeah, sure. Tie your shoe up too then. Okay, I'll do it. Okay, yeah. Can you get it? You got it all? Cause I think I got enough of it. Okay, yeah. Thanks a lot.
All right, man. Don't forget to tie your shoe. All right.
Yeah. And,
hello.
How y'all doing? We're fine. How are you? Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, and absolutely, man. Apartheid. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. We didn't know that word, but it's fine. That's what it was. Yeah.
It was into your society, like in school, in public places,
everywhere,
and also into the military.
No.
Oh, it was.
Okay. Okay. Let me tell you a little bit about the military. The military didn't separate clothes, maybe on facilities or whatever, but promotion. In other words, if you were a black person in the military, you were destined to be in supply or be a cook. Or something like that. Okay. You were never going to get more technical or the rank either. Or the rank either. In other words, they had a situation where the rank would come down to at the squadron level, different from what it is now. And sure, they would give it to the white boy or give it to the black. Yeah. And now there were a few who did get promoted, but in my estimation, it's really a nice thing, is that they gave a lot, as far as I'm concerned, they gave a lot of their dignity, something that I wouldn't do.
Okay.
Yeah, to get promoted. Or whatever. In other words, there's a term that we use, it's a gatekeeper. Okay, and I don't know if you put that term.
No.
Okay, gatekeeper is somebody that looks like you and me and whatever, and they are the guy that they will stand out and promote, and they would tell on the rest of the person if something. In other words, they kept everything, and they're going to be the one who said, "Oh, everything is all right."
Okay.
Yeah,
so they are the one who keep the system, even though somebody try to criticize it or try to make a change. They're going to be the one who say, "Oh, everything is okay."
Everything's going to say, "Okay, yeah." And then you see, not that you know a lot about the ranks, but there were people who stayed in the military for over 20 years. And they retired as an E4. Okay? And the only thing that they did, well, they didn't do anything wrong. The only thing that their circumstances that led to their circumstances is that fact they happened to be black. Okay? Now, you know, I came in at a time when it was still going on. I came in during the Vietnam War. But they instituted a system in Air Force where, you know, you could test, you know, on your grades based on your knowledge and whatever, and then you could make a promotion. That's the only way I was able to promote, because my rating from my supervisor was very low. Wow. Yeah, very. When I say, well, it was lower than average. It was lower than average, and that's what I'm saying, you know. But I was able to, because I did so well on the scoring, objective portion of things. You know, yes. Then I did okay, and so I was able to. Get promoted. Get promoted, yeah. And I did pretty well. You know, I was ended up as 5, you know, 4 years or so. So that was really good. And then, again, God blessed me in the sense that when I was in the military, and I was telling you about the typical career fields that black people were shepherded off into, I happened to be an air traffic controller. Wow. Okay. And as an air traffic controller, that was a job. Now, if I engage you and you were a black person, I'm sorry, if you were a white person, and we had a conversation, and they would ask you something like, you know, what career field are you in? You know, and they had them named well. They were gonna blurt out the institute right away, and it was going to be okay, cook, fireman, okay, and supply, whatever, or logistic, or the stuff like that. No, nothing. Elevated. Yeah. And when I came out with it, oh no, you know, I'm air traffic controller. Oh yeah, you air traffic controller. Yeah. But even there, me making it into the career field, oh, I had supervisors who really tried to get me out of the career field. Yeah. I never will forget. And the thing here is they have a thing they call the Article 15. Pretty much get that to you. And the guy told me, pointedly, he gave me Article 15. He got me Article 15 so he could get me out of the career field. Yeah. But I had a better ending than he did. Went up. I came back into the military and I retired from the Navy. Wow. So now that wasn't but that wasn't where I should have been based on my you know, it's again talking about this the time period. Well, I'm talking about the Air Force. Yes. No, yes. As long as you got people who are unfair, you're not going to have a military that's fair. Okay. So as long as you are recruiting people from whence they come, okay, and by and large, the military is more the ones who are likely to discriminate gets into the military than anywhere else. Now, that is not to say that some of them don't change, because some do change. Okay. Yeah, some do change, and make it. But the point of it is, there is from my perspective, there is a higher concentration of the folks that I probably that I would like to correct than in regular society. And maybe it feels that way to me is because in regular society I can avoid them, but in the military they're there with you. The military, believe it or not, is a small community. Yes. It is a small community.
So after you left the military, or did you accommodate your life in society? Did you get another job, or you just?
Well, I actually did. I've had some. God bless me. I have had some really, I have had some really nice jobs. And I went on. I used the GI Bill to go to school as a matter of fact. And there I majored in. And actually I had 3 majors. And one course short of sociology. I didn't take this one religious course. At that time, I wasn't fancy about taking religious course at the time. And then, but I did have a my school didn't give minors, but I had a certificate in Black Studies. But I majored in psychology, statistics, and math.
Wow.
And and then when I went back into the military, I was blessed. I worked for the Air Force Physics Lab, and we did some wonderful stuff in the area. And I will tell you this right here is that cell phone that you got there is really a radio.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a radio.
It's a radio?
Really, it's a radio.
Oh, okay. So we're learning a lot. We're learning a lot because for us young people, there's a lot of things that we don't know.
Yeah, it's a radio, and because since it's first coming out, it's been refined or whatever, but still, it's got the principles of radio, a certain frequency.
Okay.
And all the frequencies are controlled by the United States government. And it came from the idea of 1967. The Arab-Israeli war, okay? And I don't know how much you know about old American movies or whatever. You see the old American movies, and you see, maybe you see the airplanes fly, and they're usually what they call a flight is four airplanes fly together, as a squad or whatever. And then just say, I don't know, what's your name?
Jerry.
Jerry, okay.
Yes.
So it's Jerry's flight, okay? It's Jerry's flight. And then it's four of them. Okay. There's Jerry Lee, which is one. And Jerry 2, Jerry 3, Jerry 4. And back in those days, Lee would say, Jerry flight, let's go to channel 7. Okay? And then Jerry flight Lee would come up. Said Jerry flight lead channel 7, and then you hear 27, 37, 47, okay, and then they all be on the same channel, same channel, but they had to change channels, okay. But back in the day, the Russians were jamming the hell out of the frequencies of the American radios, because they were on the Arab side and whatever, and so they came up with in the military, they come up with what they call a SON statement. A SON statement, S-O-N, statement of need. Okay, and the need was to come up with a jam-proof or jam-resistant radio in order to overcome this kind of interference. So what happened, and theoretically, if you think of it in terms of theoretically, if you had a house and you had typically you have two doors, the front door and the back door. Okay? So this man out here, your enemy, he's got 15 people out there, to stop you from coming out of the door.
Yeah.
He only needs one. So if he's got 15 guys out there, you can put 15 damn doors in your house, and you're not going to be able to get out.
Yes.
You got somebody to
watch.
Yeah. But theoretically, okay, if you increase the frequency band, okay, and you come up with an infinite number of frequencies, okay,
It's gonna be hard for them to find where.
Exactly. Okay, but let me finish telling the story. You got the idea. Okay. So and then you marry a chip, okay, where you get rid of Lee telling the rest of his flight says Lee go to channel 7 or whatever, You put a computer chip in there and you marry it to an atomic clock, to keep the exact time. And the chip randomly change frequencies all the time. But they all change frequency at the same time, whatever. So there is no need for Lee to do so. So the Russians can't keep up with that many. In other words, that's theoretically you're putting in 1 million doors on your house. Okay? Yeah. So that's how they were able to come.
Oh, okay. So now, what the difference you see between the 60s and Obama came and the time you are living now? So,
well, Obama signed, racism, well, hold on, it didn't go away, but it wasn't from just me. Racism wasn't. See, Trump is. If you're going to draw a line, I would say, if racism has always been there. It's always been the desire to get this black man back in his place where he was in 1865 before the freedom ring and up through there. It's always been that desire, undertone, But this guy, Trump, comes out and said, "Yeah, let's do it." And that's what they voted for. Now, you talk about him. He is probably the most despicable person in the world. Yeah, and I can't. I'm so glad that I'm not in the military now. I would just feel like a piece of shit that I have to listen
Yes,
to. He doesn't listen. This man, he's no better than a snake. And if you ever been told about the devil or whatever, he comes as close to a damn devil as anybody in the world. Anybody, the most despicable person in the world. He's despicable. And I just wish that he had been in high school when I was in high school. Yeah, because there's no way in hell that he would have got out of high school the way he is now, because I would beat his ass every day, because he was, and that's what I used to do. I mean, I used to fight the bullies, that's what I do. No bully mess with my friends,
And so now, do you think people realize the situation now? They're gonna go out and vote in November to make things.
That I'm going to put a. I mean, I'm not a negative person, but I'm going to put some caution on that. See, too many of us say yes now, and then tomorrow when it's time to do it, their hair hurt. Or it rained last week, and I can't go out.
So you're not that all optimistic that they're gonna.
I am more optimistic now, I think, but the point of it is, I don't want to oversell myself. I don't want to sell myself on optimism in terms of it. See, here's the thing of it is, to begin with, it's not that much of an effort to go out and vote, really, if you really understand what you vote for. But see, they don't. It's too. I've heard too many times. Okay, in this sense, I've heard too many times when people say,
"We're gonna do the right thing."
They're gonna elect whoever they want to elect anyhow, and then they don't seem to understand the importance of voting. They don't understand it. They'll tell you that they're going to vote, but all you have to do is check to see. That's one thing I did. I worked in the community.
Yeah.
You go around and they don't vote. They don't vote. They tell you that they voted. You go and sample if he looks like you and me. Ask me if he voted.
And then they telling you a different story.
They say, yeah, but you see, I used to work. I knew who voted and not. I mean, so the point. See. That's what I'm saying. And so I know they're unlikely, but they may be, okay, let me put it like this. I think more of them will vote this time, but I think it's going to come from another sect. I don't know. I wish they make me wrong. I want to be wrong. I really do. Let's get on back.
Yes.
I think.
It's just 3:14, but
the
earlier we get there, it's better.
And the rest is get back on the bus.
Yes. Well, basically that's all. All right, it was a great day, and we're gonna work a little bit.
So, are you Asian?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So, as a matter of fact, that get rid of all the black people.
Yeah. I think we're gonna end it up like this over here. So thank you everybody who was watching. All right, so we're gonna cross this way. So